Good morning, good morning, good morning. Woodland here. So this is going to be a brand new thing to me. Slay the Princess. I've heard it was good. I don't know how long it is. I think it's like a visual novel. It said it was point and click, so it might be a little bit more complicated than the average visual novel. And I have no idea how long this is. So this might be my Halloween game. Play it tonight, tomorrow, if, there's still more game to play. And, yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I'm excited for this. It's been on the back burner for a while. So, yeah, let's give this a go. Content warning. This is a horror game, and it is not intended for all audiences. Slay the Princess contains flickering image effects, as well as a parallax effect that on rare occasions has caused motion sickness in players. If either of these cause health issues for you, you can disable them in the game preferences. Whatever horrors you may find in these dark spaces, have heart and see them through. There are no premature endings. There are no wrong decisions. There are only fresh perspectives and new beginnings. This is a love story. Alright, yeah, I guess we just hop right in. Oh, chapters, okay. Chapter 1, The Hero and the Princess.
You're on a path in the woods.
Oh, it's narrated.
And at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
Oh, okay.
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Oh, wow, okay. This is an odd dialogue option, Lake Wheel. Usually they're like in the center of the screen, and you don't have to scroll them. Okay, so we have a bunch of options. Explore. The end of the world? What are you talking about? Have you considered that maybe the only reason she's going to end the world is because she's locked up? Killing a princess seems kind of bad though, doesn't it? Can't someone else do this? Forget it. I'm not doing this. Have you considered that maybe I'm okay with the world ending? Do I get some sort of reward for doing this? Oh, okay. Thanks for telling me what to do. Sweet, I've always wanted to off a monarch. Viva la revolution. Silently continue to the cabin. Turn around and leave. So let's silently continue to the cabin. This kind of feels like Stanley.
The short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within. A warning before you go any further.
Okay.
She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says. We're not going to go through with this, right? She's a princess. We're supposed to save princesses, not slay them.
Is it possible to turn off the narrator? Is it possible, like, 'cause I would kind of like to read it myself. What would be the preference here? I mean, voice volume probably, but I never saw someone try to turn off the narrator. Yeah, I was hoping to read. I thought this would be a reading stream. Oh, no, that's Rempe. That's Rempe. Wait. I think that was it, right? Self-voicing. I don't know. I kind of would like it if, like, you know, if the character screams or something for them to be able to do that. That is basically what I did for Steins Gate. See the screams plus narration or neither? We'll go neither. I'll have to scream for you. Okay, I'll do my best. We're not going to go through with this, right? She's a princess. We're supposed to save princesses, not slay them. Ignore him. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Proceed into the cabin. The interior of the cabin is almost completely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade. The blade is your implement. You need it if you want to do this right. Okay. If he says we need it, we'll take it. Unless we're gonna like trip on our own blade and die on the way down, and then we don't slay the princess. The narrator. How convenient that someone happened to place a knife for you right there. Yeah, it is a little weird. Maybe the narrator did it. You take the blade from the table. It'd be rather difficult to slay the princess and save the world without it. Is this motion here the parallax effect? Because I think I'm gonna turn that off. Yeah, I like this better. Okay. The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Does the boil effect do? Let's see. Oh, so the boil effect is just a constant screen movement, I think, right? So turning that back on, we'll continue to have like animated lines. Yeah, I want to leave that on. The animated lines is fine. I just don't like the whole screen shaking around when I move around the cursor. Her voice carries up the stairs. Who's there? She sounds dangerous. Wait, what? Yeah, she sounds dangerous. It's almost as if she's the one in charge down here. Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation. Hi, just checking in on you. Hey, I think I'm here to kill you? Let's just continue down the stairs. If she thinks she's in control, then we don't answer to her. Good. You're still listening to reason. You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement. She's so coldly beautiful. Is she really a threat to the world? Focus on the task at hand. There you are. Are you here to kill me or something? What? No way. Why would I even think that? Why would you even think that? Okay, yeah, you caught me. I'm here to slay you. I haven't decided yet. I'm just here to talk. Steel your nerves and step forward. You step forward, your grip on the blade tightening as you steel your resolve. Oh, no talking then. Fine. What even makes you think you can kill me? I'm probably chained up in this basement for a reason, right? And if that knife is the only weapon you have, you'll have to get close enough to use it. So, you should just drop it. Best not to risk finding out what I can do. She's unarmed. If you hesitate now, it'll be too late. End this. What if she isn't bluffing? What if she kills us? Are you sure she's not armed? I'm sorry. Can we just talk? I'm not dropping the blade. Drop the blade. Slay the princess. It can't honestly be this easy. We'll see what happens if we just go all in on trying to kill her right away. You lunge forward without a moment's hesitation. You feel flesh easily give way, and look down to see your blade already sinking deep into her heart. Oh, this isn't it, is it? I'm almost embarrassed. I should have seen that coming, but I have to wonder. Do you actually believe this was enough to kill me? You have an interesting arm. Oh, I missed it. I wasn't paying attention to it. I was just looking at her. It's like she's convinced she can't die. Yes, even as she lies there dying, she barely believes herself to be alive. She entirely believes herself to be alive and well. But it's over, isn't it? She stopped breathing moments ago, the arrogant look still plastered on her face. But is it over? Really over? Yes, I was. Her eyes are huge. Her forehead is pretty big too. I wouldn't say that her face is pretty. Of course it is. She's dead. I'm not sure. I feel like she has to have some kind of trick up her sleeve. Of course not. That was too easy. Is this going to be like one of those things where, like, if I say she's not dead, she's not dead? So if I say she is dead, then she's dead? Yes, exactly. It's over. With your work done, you make your way back up the stairs, closing the door to the basement behind you. Why do I feel like we've done something terrible? You did kill someone. Greater good or not, something would be very wrong with you if you didn't feel at least a little bad. But it was for the greater good. One of these days, that will sink in and help ease your guilty conscience. But that day isn't today. Let's just get out of here. Words do have the ability to manipulate reality, but it's more the narrator's words that do it than your own. But your own words can influence the narrator's behavior. So indirectly you can. Yeah, it's really weird that he's like directly hearing the narrator. Like to his perspective, what is the narrator? God? It's usually in these types of game, like maybe not this types of games specifically, but like in a visual novel, there would be like a separate window for when the game is trying to just tell you information, and like a normal like interior monologue for the character when the character's thinking thoughts. But this is like the two are talking to each other. That's really weird. Like I want to put on different voices for different characters, and the character that talks the most I would want to just have in my normal voice. But I have like two characters that I'm playing as right now. It's probably the primary characters, which is not what I was expecting. You open the cabin door, ready to return to a world saved from certain doom. Only, a world saved from certain doom isn't what you find. Instead, what you find is nothing at all. Where a lush forest stood mere minutes ago, the only thing in front of you now is the vast emptiness of some place far away. What happened? Everyone is fine. It's just that you and the cabin are now far away from them. Don't worry, you'll be safe here. This is good. Everyone is happy. You'll be happy. That's bullshit. Let me out of here. Oh, okay. I was kind of hoping I'd get a better ending for saving the world. I don't know if this character isn't the sarcastic one this time around. Oh, okay. I'm so glad you're keeping an open mind. That's just what's best for everyone. Trust me. Time passes. You can't be sure if it's days or months or years or even decades. It's a wonderful, boring blur. You've never been happier. Hey, we're not just going to stay here forever, right? Didn't you hear the narrator? I'm happy. We're happy. Hell no. Do you have any idea how to get us the heck out of here? Of course we are. I like it here. Yeah, no. Well, we're doing the sociopath. Really? Well, if you ever change your mind, just let me know, I guess. Wait, is the hero talking to me right now? Wait, what? That was weird. More happy time passes, though the word begins to lose its meaning. Time, that is, not happy. Happy still has plenty of meaning. Please, shake yourself out of it. Please, shake yourself out of it. We have to get out of here. The little voices, please, fall on deaf ears. As your own personality talks to you. Eventually, you pass into a blissful state of pure existence. Though words like eventually and pass cease to have any meaning to you long before that shift. You simply exist, happy, forever. I did it! The game's over! That was a quick stream. GG. I'll drink to that. Well, if that's all this game has to offer, I guess we'll call this stream. That was 100% the legit, true ending. It said that was the good ending. Got it done in one chapter. That was a speed run. Thank you so much for playing. An expression of our gratitude. Here's the track order for a special playlist just for you. If you'd like to take a screenshot, you can hide the UI by hitting H. Hey, look, if we're happy in that cabin with nothing and nothing to do, then I'm sure seeing something as simple as a children's drawing would bring us such great excitement. We could stare at that drawing for years. Alright, so, oh, okay. Thanks for telling me what to do. Don't mention it. It's all part of the job. I'm gonna pick up the knife again. And, we'll do basically everything the same. Except this time... instead of just killing her, I'm not dropping the blade. I'm just gonna tell her that I'm not dropping the blade. Oh. Then I'm not talking to you. Fine then. I guess we're at an impasse. Squint at the princess while holding on to the blade. This is too sarcastic for my likes. We'll just continue to stare at her. You stare at the princess, squinting. She squints back. The two of you are gonna do this forever, aren't you? The two of you? What the fuck is he on about? The two of you? He's talking to me and the narrator, huh? Or what, me and the princess? I hate this. This is weird. Are you sure you don't want to talk? Yeah, I'm sure. For goodness sake, the two of you can't just stand around like this forever. Eventually, something is going to give, and I highly recommend that you be the one to take the initiative here. Okay. Oh. Doubt, unfortunately, clouds your thoughts as you attempt to run her through. A moment of distraction and hesitation is all she needed to sidestep your thrust and deliver a catastrophic blow to your jaw. It feels like you've been hit with a sledgehammer. You can feel bone grinding on bone where your jaw has been fractured. Holy shit, that hurt! Though she's unarmed, the shock of that first strike is enough to stagger you, putting you and the princess on somewhat equal footing. Your blade slashes through the air again and again, and your fists connect with your body as many times more, each impact as heavy as that first bone-crushing hit. We could still turn this around. Give up, finish the job, flee and lock her in the basement. Let's finish the job. Or try to, at least. You and the princess stare at each other, both gasping for breath, equally exhausted. You probably won't make it out if you're alive, but you can at least make sure that she won't make it out of here either. Excuse me? Do you think this is what I wanted to happen? I have a duty to state the facts of the situation, and honestly, it's a miracle anyone is still standing right now. Can you not feel all those ruptured organs bouncing around in there? If the princess doesn't do our friend in herself, internal bleeding is certain to finish the job. If the princess doesn't do our friend in herself, our friend... Okay, yeah, the disconnect between, like, whether I am the player or the hero is hitting kind of weird. The two of you clash for the final time. You feel your ribs break as she delivers a heavy blow, but you push through the pain, falling forward and sinking your blade deep into the princess's heart. Oh. The two of you fall to the floor. This was fun. The princess gasps, her voice an unhealthy rasp as her lungs start to fill with blood. You put up more of a fight than I thought you would, but I have to wonder, do you really think this is the end? But you don't have time to worry over such things. Everything goes dark, and you die. What, chapter 2? Wait, it starts with us dying? I thought that would just be... okay. What? Okay. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world. I'm getting a terrible sense of deja vu. Wait, hasn't this already happened? Okay, no. But I died. What am I doing here? She's going to kill me again! But I already slew the princess. Sure, she also killed me, but I definitely got her. Why am I here again? Okay, yeah, we gotta ask the narrator some questions. Should I read this guy's voice in like the Stanley Parable voice? Stanley, I can assure you that you didn't slay her, and that she didn't kill you. People don't just spring back to life after dying, and the two of us are meeting for the very first time. If he doesn't remember what happened, maybe it's best to keep it that way. You know I can hear you, Stanley. I'm going to... It's going to be a lot harder than you can... It's going to be a lot harder than you think to keep secrets from me. Voice of the stubborn. What? That's fine. It doesn't matter if he can hear us. The only thing that matters is marching up to that cabin and winning. That's the spirit. There's no point in squabbling when the real threat is just up that hill. Okay, let's assume I'm telling the truth, and all of this really did already happen. Why should I listen to you? Why should I bother doing anything? Well, this is just the why am I playing a video game option. That option sucks. Let's turn around and leave. Okay. But we can't just leave. We're supposed to fight her. Where are you going? Seriously? You're just going to turn around and leave? Do you even know where you're going? Okay, fine. You're persistent. I'll go to the cabin and slay the princess. Okay, fine. I'll go to the cabin and I'll talk to the princess. Maybe I'll slay her. Maybe I won't. I guess we'll see. Lie. Yes, I'm definitely know where I'm going. Nope. The only thing that matters is where I'm not going, the cabin, and I'm not going to the cabin. I'm actually pretty okay with the world ending. I relish the coming of a new dawn beyond our own. Gonna go walk in the opposite direction now. Quietly continue down the path away from the cabin. There's a lot of good choices here. Let's lie. Let's see what happens when we try to lie to the narrator. Somehow I doubt that, but fine. I suppose you just quietly continued on the path away from the cabin. That's strange. It looks like this path also leads to the cabin. How convenient! Everything's back on track again. And maybe the world can be saved after all. Turn around again. You're really keen on wasting everyone's time, aren't you? It's remarkably selfish. If you ask me, I've already outlined the stakes of the situation. If you don't do your job, everyone dies. Like, dies. Forever. But fine. You turn around and trek back down the path you came. Wait, something isn't right. Can you still hear me? You're supposed to wind up back at the cabin again, but everything's getting fuzzy. What's going on? Where are we? I told you we shouldn't have come here. I told you, but did you listen? No. The world around you is unwound. Its physical matter replaced by a textured nothingness. It is quiet. There's a distant rumbling, a sound of many sounds. Undulations pulse louder as something other comes close. Feelers probe across the fabric of reality. Extremities find your consciousness and wrap themselves around it. You are no longer alone. Resistance. Fingers drag claws across the glass surface of your soul. Frustration. This vessel is full of you. I need something empty. I can crawl inside of. I need something shaped like me. This is a nightmare. Wake up. Embrace the thoughts constricting you. Let's embrace them. Urgency. You have a story you need to finish. It is the only way for us to escape this place. Force pushing against your will. No, you cannot go back. Not there. Regret. This world is broken beyond repair. We must weave something new. A wagging finger. There is only so much thread in this place. Do not waste it. I am our only salvation. Okay, that was really cool. That was like that was like lore. Like they say, like these hands like weaving the fabric, and like every line in the game is like hand drawn, like it's like a stroke of art. One could maybe equate them to threads. And as we leave the story, we like lose basically ourselves. Because like there's no plot out there. In the Stanley Parable, when you try to leave a level, the narrator will start saying something like the end is never the he starts saying something about like in the absence of things and all this, and like you get too far away and you just kind of black out and respawn. Yeah, that's Stanley. Fuck, it's been too long since I played Stanley Parable. Talos Principle. Yeah, I bought that. I bought the second one recently, and I want to play that sometime soon too. Then again, November's Zelda month, and I want to play a bunch of Zelda games. Damn, I got a backlog. I need to stream more. Oh, thank you. Oh, but it's not gonna let me. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it'll be the end of the world. The end of the world? What are you talking about? I'm talking about I'm talking about the end of everything as we know it. No more birds, no more trees, and perhaps most problematically of all, no more people. You have to put an end to her. But how can a princess locked away in a basement end the world? Don't linger on the specifics. You have a job to do here. Just get in there and do what needs to be done. We're all counting on you. Do you have any evidence to back this up? Have you considered that maybe the only reason she's going to end the world is because she's locked up? Do I get some kind of reward? Yes, but you have to slay her before you get it. Good. As long as you remain focused on your goal, it should be a smooth sailing. You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess with it. Just checking in on you. But I'm gonna show up with a knife. Oh, it's been so long since anyone's come down here. I was starting to think they had forgotten about me. You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement. She's so coldly beautiful. Is she really a threat to the world? Focus on the task at hand. There you are. Are you here to kill me or something? What? No way. Why would you even think that? Maybe the knife? Okay, yeah, you caught me. I'm here to slay you. I haven't decided yet. How about you drop the knife? The two of us just talk? Look how reasonable she's being. We should just drop the blade and talk things out. Don't you dare. Stream Westman. What, are you gonna call this one a porn game too? It's a visual novel, basically. It's built in REMP. It's a porn game then, huh? It's fine. We can decide what we want to do after we talk to her. Maybe she really is a monster, but killing someone in cold blood isn't very becoming of us. Come on. Come on. Oh, wait, what? I have to tighten my grip or drop it? I'm not dropping it. I'll tighten. Oh. She looks concerned. You ignore the trembling in your hands and tighten your grip on the blade. You poor thing. Your hands are shaking. Are you scared of me? Because you should be. You step forward, your grip on the blade tightening as you steel your resolve. I'm probably chained up in this basement for a reason, right? And if that knife is the only weapon you have, you'll have to get close enough to use it. So, you should just drop it. Best not to risk finding out what I can do. She's unarmed. If you hesitate now, it will be too late. End this. What if she isn't bluffing? What if she kills us? Are you sure she's not unarmed? Sorry, can we just talk? You're so close. Don't give up. You've come this far. No, this is a good idea. Maybe we can de-escalate things. Oh, threatened, are we? You poor thing. Drop the knife, and of course we can talk. I'm not dropping the blade. Then I'm not talking to you. Fine then. I guess we're at an impasse. I guess we are. For the love of everything, just slay her already. Or drop the blade. Do something. Are you sure you don't want to talk? Yeah, I'm sure. For goodness sake, the two of you can't just stand around like this forever. Eventually something is going to give, and I highly recommend that you be the one to take the initiative here. Fine. The blade tumbles out of your trembling hands and drops to the floor with an unceremonious clang. Thank you. Maybe now we can just talk. God damn, she's ugly. Okay. Against your better judgment, you step forward to speak with the princess face to face, unarmed. We'll be fine. I don't know what you're hoping to accomplish here, but I can assure you there's no reasoning with her. Just make sure you don't forget about the blade on the floor. You're going to need it. So, here we are. What an awkward start to a relationship. Yeah, it's, pretty awkward. Relationship. Are you coming on to me? I don't think that would be a hilarious way to misinterpret what she's saying, right? Well, hold on. There is another shackle on the wall. Is she gonna, like, chain us up with her? Start dating her. How would I get you out of here? I'm here because you're supposed to end the world. There's people out there who think you're going to end the world. What do you have to say about that? What's your name? How long you've been down here? Do you know why I'm here to kill you? Okay, we've talked it up. I also really like this one. This one down here. It's just like, I'm here to talk to you. Steps forward. Okay, we've talked enough. I'm gonna do that awkward one next. I really want to see what happens if we just say, okay, we've talked enough. Oh, have you decided what to do with me?
You know why you're here.
Slay the princess. I'm getting you out of here. Examine the chains. I'm going to keep you locked away down here, at least for a bit. We can get to know each other better while I decide what to do. That seems like a pretty good compromise. So nothing's changed.
Leaving her alive is too risky. If you don't deal with her soon, she will find a way out.
One way or another, I'm going to find a way out of here. You can make it easier for both of us if you help. And if you don't, I can promise that you'll come to regret that decision.
You have to make a choice. Let's hope for all our sakes it's the right one.
See, that was evil. What she just said there, that was evil.
You charge the princess, blade trembling in your hand. But you've already lost the battle. She casually sidesteps your thrust before knocking you to the ground with a single blow from her elbow. We shouldn't have hesitated. But she doesn't stop there. She kicks you a few times for good measure, the pointed tip of her shoes feeling like a pickaxe against your fracturing bones, making sure you stay down. As you lie crushed and broken on the basement floor, the princess kneels on your throat with the kind of weight you didn't think her sliced frame could possibly possess. As you gasp for air, she eyes you with an intense curiosity. You shouldn't have let that fear creep into your heart. You had the upper hand, and now look at you.
I'm not sure that I would say that she's pretty. Her eyes are much too big for her head. And despite that, she has too much forehead. Is this really the best you could do? Look at you, completely broken. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't a little disappointed. Those are too big for anime eyes, even. I mean, like mid-2000s anime eyes.
She applies more pressure, slowly squeezing what's left of your life out of your lungs.
This is the end, isn't it?
I'm afraid it is. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Chapter 2, The Tower. You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. In the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world. So whether I die or whether I kill her, we move on to Act 2. Was Act 2 called the same thing last time? This time we're on the tower. I think, what was Act 2 called last time? Like, I wonder if there's a different Act 2 depending on, like, whether we killed her once or not. Okay, no.
Oh, don't you start grandstanding about morals. The fate of the world is at risk right now, and the life of a mere princess shouldn't stop you from saving us all.
If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way.
You know I can hear you, right? It's going to be a lot harder than you think to keep secrets from me.
Voice of the broken. So, doesn't matter what he knows. There's nothing we can do to stop her. She's just gonna kill us again.
She's not going to kill you unless you let her.
But slaying the princess and saving the world is going to be much more difficult than it has to be if you spend the whole time second-guessing yourself. Let's assume I'm telling the truth and all of this really did already happen. Why should I listen to you? Why should I bother doing anything?
Those are two very different questions, but fine, I'll indulge you if that's what it takes to get you moving. Let's say for a moment that this really is the second time you've met me, or at least a version of me. You died last time, which probably only happened because you didn't listen to me.
But of course we died. We couldn't land a single blow on her, and she broke every bone in her body before she decided to let us die. What were we supposed to do to stop her then? What are we supposed to do to stop her now? It's pointless.
She's just a princess. Slaying her shouldn't have been difficult. But congratulations! You've been given another chance to actually do this right. And I believe your other question is something along the lines of, what's the point of doing anything? If you're asking that, it sounds to me like you're making the rather dangerous assumption that your actions last time around didn't have any consequences.
What do you mean? Of course there weren't any consequences. The princess killed us, and now everyone's right back where they started. That sounds pretty consequence-free to me. The voice of the hero, does he not hear the voice of the broken?
Yes, but in this purely hypothetical scenario, that begs the question of how you got back here. Did time simply rewind itself? Or were you instead transported to a different world entirely? If it's the latter, what do you think happened after you died? Do you think the people there lived happily ever after? Or do you think that the princess left unhindered, brought about the end to everyone and everything, just like I told you she would?
Every voice can hear each other. Okay. If she ended the entire world, why should we even bother? We might as well just walk up to that cabin, break her chains, and let her do whatever she wants. It's all the same in the end.
Just because she's capable of ending the world doesn't mean that you're not capable of slaying her. Both of these things can be true at the same time, so chin up. I believe in you.
Let's talk about this princess.
Just be quick about it.
She killed me last time around. How can I make sure that doesn't happen again? All she did last time around was beat me to death. How can someone like that end the world? To quote you from last time around, she's just a princess. Why was she strong enough to beat me to death with her bare hands? Who locked her in that basement? What is this place? Yeah, I think this is a good question. They commented earlier that like she seemed to weigh a lot more than her small frame would suggest. Like she's some kind of eldritch being pretending to be a princess, right? Like she's probably like very muscularly dense because there's a lot more in her than meets the eye. She would also explain her grotesquely huge eyes and her misshapen head.
She is just a princess. Whatever you think happened to you last time, just get it out of your head before you get to the cabin and you'll be fine.
Or we could pledge ourselves to her and stop pretending that we're capable of doing anything in this situation. She probably doesn't even need to try to overpower us. Can we just tone down the pessimism just a smidge? I'm not being a pessimist. I'm just being realistic. You're being annoying.
Just ignore their back.
I just said backseating.
Just ignore their bickering. And whatever you do, don't pledge yourself to her. I cannot stress enough how absurdly catastrophic that would be for everyone, yourself included.
Who locked her in that basement? What is this place?
People locked her in that basement. And I've told you what this place is. It's a path in the woods. Don't overcomplicate things.
If people locked her away, why couldn't they slay her? Why is this falling on me?
Look, I'm not supposed to say this, but it's because you're special. You're the only person capable of doing this. Call it a prophecy if that helps, but it's just the way things are.
Oh, I didn't know we were special.
Of course you're special. Why else would you be here?
Who cares if you think we're special? As far as I can tell, the only thing special about us is that we get to experience painfully dying all over again. Let's not press the narrator too far.
Great. Now if you don't mind, the whole world is waiting with bated breath for you to save it from ruin.
Turn around and leave. Nah. We saw that ending in Act 2 already.
Oh, warning. Before you go any further. She will lie. She will cheat. She will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says.
Lying? Cheating? Why would she even bother? She didn't need to do anything like that last time. She caught us off guard last time. We'll be fine. Let's just keep our wits about us.
At least one of you has a shred of sense. Just make sure you listen to him and not that whiner.
If that's what you want, I guess I don't have a say here.
The interior of the cabin is more grandiose than its humble exterior would suggest. The only furniture of note is a massive marble altar with a pristine blade perched on its edge.
Are we gonna like try to climb up the ladder to get the blade and like fall and stab ourselves? That doesn't look safe.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Why do we feel so small? We don't feel small. We are small.
Explore. You didn't say anything about the mirror on the wall.
This whole cabin is different than last time. Approach the mirror, take the blade, enter the basement. I commented about the mirror. There not being a mirror. You're not saying anything about a mirror.
That's because there isn't a mirror. There's the altar, the blade sitting on the altar, and the door to basement. There's nothing else in here.
There's definitely a mirror.
There isn't. Who cares if there's a mirror? We're all going to die anyway. I'm sure that if we looked in there, we'd just see something sad and miserable looking back at us. We don't need any reminders of what we are. It would only make things worse. For the last time, you're not going to die unless you let it happen. And luckily for you, there isn't a mirror. So no one needs to worry about confronting a grisly visage anytime in the near future. Though, for what it's worth, if there were a mirror, I'm sure you wouldn't find anything sad or miserable in it looking back at you. You probably look perfectly normal. Probably. Do you not know what we look like? He knows. He just doesn't have the heart to tell us. Dude, we have fucking Eeyore sitting on our shoulders. I care about whether I'm being lied to. There's a mirror. I want to look at myself. I want to see how handsome I am. It doesn't matter if there's a mirror. Remain silent, approach the mirror. I'm gonna approach the mirror. My webcam's already on and Linux won't let you use it 2 things at a time, so. What if it did just turn on your webcam? That would be wild, right? You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here. This really isn't funny. Wipe the mirror clean. Oh. Oh no. You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now. We should count ourselves lucky. Some things are better left unseen. That change in perspective is actually really crazy, right? If we're some like kobold or some goblin or something, the end of the world, as the narrator's putting it, could just be like our goblin tribe. The princess is gonna hire some actual legitimate adventurers to come and kill a bunch of fucking little goblin dudes. And it's like, no big deal. That we're showing up to what is now a castle and we're going to kill a princess is like something a monster would try to do. And seeing us, our hand is actually like a monster hand, is more fitting. One of my favorite characters that I ever roleplayed was a goblin adventurer named Smashmouth. Let's enter the basement without the knife. I want to see if she'll talk to us when we're just a crazy little dude. Yeah, see, right here. No blade this time? Yeah, maybe she'll be more receptive if we're unarmed. Blade, no blade, it doesn't matter. I think we're missing are some knights. I don't know, it looked like it was nighttime. That was such a bad joke, I'm sorry. Alright. The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a spiral staircase. Its depths almost as deep as you are tall. The smell of incense drips up from below. For a moment, you almost feel at ease. This is kind of nice. It's still the stone basement. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her booming voice rolls up the stairs.
Is that a guest I hear? Don't linger on the stairs. Come down and witness me.
And witness me? That's odd. What is this? Hakos Bales?
A steel rose trapped in a cage of ice. Witness me!
You weren't kidding when you said it was booming. She wasn't like this last time. You shouldn't have come down here unarmed.
Change of text color indicates a change of tone, by the way. Yeah, when it turns red, I try to make it more menacing. I'll do it. I'll try that a little harder next time. We need to get down there. She wants us to see her. We need to see her.
Should we be worried about your sudden change of attitude? Just a few minutes ago, you were going on about how pointless everything was. Now you want to go down there? You're not very menacing. Yeah. It doesn't matter what the little voice says. He's not the one making the decisions. Though if his ramblings get you to the princess, they get you to the princess. Is she also going to be a lizard this time? We just shifted realities in which we're all like lizard people. Making your way down the spiral staircase is a time-consuming and exhausting effort. Every step requiring you to clamber over one edge before dropping to the next. But soon, the end comes into view, and you tumble to the bottom, entering the vast temple-like room beyond.
Wow.
The princess towers over you, almost glowing in the weak starlight, her figure framed by a stained glass window. Her long hair billows around her, and a chain binds her wrist to the far wall.
The chain is nothing to her. It might as well be a toy for all the good it would do. I told you it would be pointless to resist her. The little bird has returned to me. I wonder what he wants. I see your hands are empty. You've already given up, haven't you? You aren't even going to try to kill me. How sweet. And more than a little disappointing. She's disappointed in us. Kneel. Kneel.
If we kneel, we might be close enough to the floor to kiss your feet. I knew lizard people were real. On her command, you fall to the floor, knees painfully connecting with hard stone.
That's my good little bird. Now, why don't we talk? The last time we met, you tried to kill me, and yet here you are again, this time groveling at my feet. What a wretched sight. What draws you back here beyond the empty halls of death? Speak!
The last time we met, I suppose that lends credence to our conversation in the woods. Still, whatever you do, don't tell her why you're here. It's best not to give her any ideas. Explore. I don't think I can refuse her. Sorry. You're supposed to end the world. Remain silent.
I feel like if we remain silent, she's just gonna squish us right now, right? I'll talk to her. She's queen right now.
You weak-willed buffoon!
Is that so? The princess closes her eyes in contemplation. Something about that thought wraps itself around my heart. It feels like a fundamental truth to my being that somehow I'd forgotten. The collapse of the old is a necessary prelude to the birth of the new, and the world as it is now is overdue for alterations. It's time for me to seize my destiny, and you, little bird, will help me seize it. It's inevitable. There's nothing else for us to do but help her. Maybe she'll be nice to us.
What would you have me do? What do you have planned? Just because you're supposed to end the world doesn't mean you actually have to do it. You can be whatever you want to be. I have questions for you before I decide to do anything. I have questions. Bro, you think you're in any kind of situation to pose any kind of authority over her? Nah. What happened to you after I died? I'm yours to command. Pledge yourself to her. Simp. Your will was so easily broken. Am I that magnificent? All you need to do now is break my chains. See, they knew how to make her attractive looking. That face is adequately proportioned. If this is what you want, then I guess there's not much else for me to say. No! You can't just give in to her. Not when the stakes are so high. Not when you're so close. I won't let you do this. There's still something in the way. A greasy film inside of you. Where it doesn't belong. Trying to conceal you from me. Is that a person? No. It used to be a person. It's something different now. An echo. Is she talking about you? That's impossible. She's not supposed to be able to interact with... You're a small one, aren't you? A shriveling little worm stretched beyond its limits, trying to control things that it can't understand. No. What are you talking about? I'm just... I don't care what you are. You're mine. Ah! Rise, my little bird. Without hesitation. Oh, she's the narrator now. the text is read. Without hesitation, you're brought to your feet. Break my chains. And how are we supposed to do that? We don't even have a weapon. All you need to do is believe, and it's been done. Explore. What if I don't believe? What happens then? Explore. I have to. It's over. I'm sorry. Break her chains. Her chains shatter, and the cuff falls from her wrist. She is loose, and the end is upon us. What a good disciple you are. Come, it's time for us to leave. Take her hand. But you do not take her hand. Something has taken her away. And it's left something else in her place. She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now? I don't know where she went. And I don't know how we would even go about looking for her. Explore. The narrator is gone. Explore. I think I'm supposed to look at the mirror. Approach the mirror. I'm begging you, don't do this. Explore. The mirror never scared you before. It's different now. It feels, I don't know, final. I don't want to look at us. You approach the mirror. This doesn't feel right. This feels different. Final. I don't want to look at us. The voices feel small, distant as you approach. Gaze into your reflection. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone, but the mirror remains. It's time for you to see what's in it. It's you. You are alone in a place that is empty. It is quiet here. Proceed to the cabin. You are at the cabin. Approach her. This is, what's his name? From Jujutsu Kaisen. What was his name? Ibito? You recognize the presence inhabiting the shell. It is the entity that dwells in the spaces between. Something returns to the long quiet. It has surrendered its path of annihilation and brings me the gift of a fragile vessel. You're that thing I met in the space outside of the woods, aren't you? I thought that was a dream. No, that was not a dream. That was lore. What are you? The gift of the fragile vessel? The fragile vessel's the player. Oh, sure. Is this the end of the world? Let her out of there. Do you know the narrator? Are you what sent me to slay the princess? Are you what trapped me here? Do you know about the worlds beyond this place? Are you the princess? What happens now? Attack the entity or destroy your body. Whatever this hand thing is, it is... I feel like this hand thing is the fourth wall, right? I am solitary lights in an empty city. What are you? I don't know what I am. On the empty vessel. I think that you are like me. We are oceans reduced to shallow creeks. We are oceans reduced to shallow creeks. I think that's like we are the infinite reality of real choices reduced to paths to choose in a game.
creeks being streams of water that go in one direction versus an ocean where you could probably move about freely in any direction. Do you know the narrator? You are the only thing I have ever known. The space we're in is vacant. Nothing comes here but us. Do you know about the worlds beyond this place? I only know that they are. Are you what sent me to slay the princess? Are you what trapped me here? I have only just now stirred to consciousness. I could not have trapped you here, and I too yearn to be free. And all the hands being like representations of like, what? Choices that you can make because you do things with your hands. I mean, you can use them to point to any decision that you might want to take. I mean, our cursor is a hand, right? Yes, nerves and fibers to feel the worlds beyond, perspectives to make my own. This one is dominance, a figure capable of bending everything to her will. She will make for a terrifying and divine heart. Do not mourn her, for she would not be able to mourn you. Well, what happens now? Nothing, SVR, but I know that there are worlds beyond us, and that we're meant to reach them. There is no exit, but this vessel is a creature of perception. She can make you forget, and only you believe her to be able to. Bring me more perspectives, so that I may be whole, and perhaps then we will know our freedom. How many more pieces of you do I have to find? Ooh, this unlocked like a checklist for different endings and shit on the main screen. That'd be nice. This game seems to have a lot of choices you could make. More than you have found, but less than there are to find. I am infinite. The rest will find their own way home. I was sent here to slay the princess to stop her from destroying the world. If I help you, is that what you're going to do? I don't think she's the princess, though. This isn't the princess. You ask of things that cannot be done. To destroy is merely to reshape, to remold. You're being semantic. What are you going to do if I help you? I mean, I feel like she kind of does everything, right? This character is just all of the pathways in the game. We're talking to like a embodiment of the concept of making choices. We'll just let it be. – Okay, make me forget. I'm pretty sure making him forget is just going to reset back to like chapter 1, right? This is probably in its own ending, because there's nothing else right now. She asks that I tell you to remember her. You won't. Everything goes dark and you die. That was a cool ending. So if we're back to chapter 1 now, kill the personification of the game. I don't think that was possible. There's an option to attack it, but yeah, I don't think that would have worked out. Okay, what if we don't bring the knife downstairs on our first trip? I don't think we've tried that yet, have we? The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. It is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her voice softly carries up the stairs. Hello? Is someone there? It's hypnotizing. It's the kind of voice you only have to hear once to remember it for the rest of your life. Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation. You're playing a dangerous game coming here unarmed. Hi! Just checking in on you. I'm here to save you! Lie. I'm here to save you! I like how there's two different dialogues for this. One is just a lie. Hey, I think I'm here to slay you? Continue down the stairs. Let's just shove back. Hi. Don't be a stranger. It's been so long since I've had any visitors. Please come downstairs. The other you is prettier. You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement. She's beautiful. How could someone like this be a threat to anyone? I'm begging you to stay focused. There's a lot riding on you here. Hi, do you think you can get me out of these chains? If only. Hold on. Let's talk a bit first. Okay. What's your name? Oh. She pauses, carefully formulating her words before she responds. You can address me as Your Royal Highness, or you can just call me Princess, if Your Royal Highness is too formal. Is Princess her name or her title? What if it's both? Could you imagine being named Princess? Isn't there an anime titled Princess? What am I thinking of? I swear there is. Anyway. So is Princess your name? I don't know anything about you. For all I know, you're locked down here for a reason. I'm the first person you've seen in a while. What have you been eating? Or drinking? See, she's some kind of eldritch being. She weighs more than she should. She's stronger than she has any right to be. She doesn't seem to need food or water. And she doesn't have a name. She's like the embodiment of a thing that a person should come down to rescue, with no further depth. It's just a facade to draw people in. That's all it is. That's creepy. Ooh, I like that. Go back upstairs to retrieve the blade without saying another word. Bitch, I'm tempted. This isn't a human being. I thought so. It felt familiar. I'm sorry, but I just can't trust you. This doesn't add up. It isn't worth the risk to take your word over the potential fate of the world. Retrieve the blade. The moment we say this, she's just gonna beat us to death, isn't she? We need to, like, get up and stairs and get the blade before she, like, we can't even give her the chance. You know, hold on. I want to see if I'm right. I'm gonna use this one, and I'm just gonna see if she just immediately beats us to death and eats us. Thank you. Oh, she didn't? Oh, no, we're not there yet. You turn back to the stairs, intent on retrieving the blade in the cabin. So what? You're going to try and kill me? You'll regret this, I promise you. But go ahead, run along and get whatever you're planning to get. But you'd better hope that I don't slip these chains before you make it back down here. Slip these chains? She can't, right? She needed our help to get out of here. But do you hear the conviction in her voice? I don't think she's bluffing. She has to be bluffing, but hurry. You rush up to the first floor, grabbing the blade. Both yours and the world's only possible salvation. Okay, if we're sure about this decision, I'll support it. I suppose we have a world to save after all. You slowly creep down the basement stairs. It's quiet. Oh, gnarly! Where the princess sat only moment ago, there's only a severed arm. Its cooling flesh still chained to the wall. And she is nowhere to be seen. Is it just me or did this room get a bit bigger? Hello? I think we got off on the wrong foot. Do you think we can start over? She's lost an arm. I'm locking her down there and letting her bleed out. Let's finish this. I don't think locking her down here or bleeding out are either things that could physically even happen. We got off on the wrong foot. I don't know. It would be funnier if her foot was the thing that was chained to the ground. Oh, that would be hilarious, actually. Let's just finish this. Your eyes dart to the corners of the room. You don't see her. That's the wrong voice. Where is she? Investigate the arm. Close the door behind you. Guess we're gonna be the one locked up down here, huh? You close the door behind you. Almost magically, its locks immediately click into place. Maybe they'll open if you finish the job. Come on out. Let's just get this over with. I feel like the arm is the bait, right? We go and we investigate the arm. Like, you know, she sneaks up behind us. She's probably like the shadow lingering in the corner or something. I can wait. I'm very patient. You know, she has no reason to lie here. Actually, I don't think she's lied to us yet, despite everything. Yeah, we'll just venture into the shadows. I don't like it. You step into the shadows. Too late. You hear the quiet patter of feet against the basement floor, followed by the taut pull and sharp pain of tearing flesh as the princess lunges into you from behind and drags you to the floor. Her ferocity overwhelms you, and as the princess rends flesh from bone, your limp fingers close their grip on the blade. It slips from your hand. Your one last means of defense laying useless beside you in a pool of your cooling blood. I suppose you just lacked the will to fight back. A person who is in control tends to be honest. Yeah. This is the end, isn't it? I'm afraid it is. You shouldn't have let that fear creep into your heart. You had the upper hand. Now look at you. Everything goes dark, and you die. Chapter 2, The Beast. Yeah, last time it was called The Tower. This time it's called The Beast. This is a different chapter, too. You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You are here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world. I have to go through this bit every time we hit chapter 2. I mean, like, talk to narrator, convince him to... Yeah, I'll be right back. I want to go water my plants. No, I haven't even been streaming too long, but I've been drinking a lot of water. Burb. Okay, I have another question to ask. Because I am interested in seeing like all the different routes, or at least as many as we can get to tonight. Um, I've kind of just been choosing options that I think are fun, and this is like the third time we're in chapter 2. And each time we've entered chapter 2, I think it's been a different chapter 2. And we've seen like one of the probably several different endings of chapter 2. Should I just like right here before I make any choices be like, new save? Then and then try to like explore all of the routes in like this version of chapter 2 that we're in before I go about trying to find all the other ways to get through chapter 1. Because like doing it that way would definitely be like the thorough way to go about trying to play the game, but I don't know if it's the fun way to go about playing the game. Can, but what you do in chapter 1 influences what happens in chapter 2. So you should save all the different chapter 1s. Well, each chapter 2 is a different chapter 2. The second time was the tower. This was called like the beast or something, right? Like I wasn't paying. I forget. There isn't like a back button, is there? It's like my impression, right, is that whatever we do in chapter 1 just gets us to a different chapter 2. It's like route A, route B, route C. Are there different are there different conditions? Like you could have like 2 different route Bs? Is that what you're trying to say? Chapter 2 does call back at times what happens in chapter 1. So different choices mean different results. It's not just about what chapter you get. Okay. So if we were to try to do like a thorough cleansing of a route in like I would have to remember everything that I did before I got there. Whereas if I were to play them all out one route at a time, it would just be more like one continuous string of events. Okay. In that case, we'll just continue to play kind of randomly. That way I don't have to try to remember all the different things we've already done. We'll just have just done them. Okay. I wanna confide in the narrator. I wanna make sure that he knows that we're on our second route. Okay, this time we have a voice of the haunted. This is a different voice here. Wait. Hasn't this already happened? It hasn't, or if it has, I certainly haven't been a part of it. We've just met for the first time, you and I. Voice of the haunted. If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. If he doesn't remember what happened, then something else must have trapped us here. You're not trapped here. Nobody's forcing you to do anything. Though, the only sensible thing for you to do right now is march up to that cabin and slay the princess.
Let's assume I'm telling the truth and all this really did actually happen. Why should I listen to you? Why should I bother doing anything? Those are two very different questions, but fine. I'll indulge you if that's what it takes to get you moving. Let's say for a moment that this really is the second time that you've met me, or at least a version of me. If you're back here, I'm assuming you died, which probably only happened because you didn't listen to me. We did our best with the information we were given. And yet you still died, didn't you? So great, congratulations. You've been given another chance to actually do this right. And I believe your other question was something along the lines of what's the point of doing anything? If you're asking that, it sounds to me like you're making the rather dangerous assumption that your actions last time around didn't have any consequences. What do you mean? Of course there weren't any consequences. Blah, blah, blah. Yes, but in this purely hypothetical scenario, that begs the question of how you got back here. Did time simply rewind itself, or were you instead transported into a different world entirely? If it's the latter, what do you think happened after you died? Do you think that the people there lived happily ever after, or do you think the princess left unhindered brought about the end of everyone and everything, just like I told you she would? All the more reason to keep our wits about us. Should we even return to the cabin? We could find a little safe hole somewhere instead. You have to go to the cabin. If you don't slay the princess, she's going to end the world, which you're always going to be a part of, even if you're cowering in a hole. There's no escaping your responsibility here. Let's talk about this princess. I think we've already done that, but do we have any new questions? She killed me by ripping me to pieces. Don't get me wrong, I hated it, but how can someone like that end the world? Bro, she, severed her own hand, and then shadow clone jutsu'd with the fucking into the corner of the room, and then tore you to pieces. That's not a normal person. That's not a question you should bother yourself asking. To quote you from last time around, she's just a princess. Why was she able to rip me apart with her bare hands? She is just a princess. Whatever you think happened to you last time, just get it out of your head before you get to the cabin. You'll be fine. So, okay, this time I want to press him. You're being cagey. What aren't you telling me? I've told you everything you need to know. Going into more detail would just overcomplicate an otherwise very simple situation and make your job more difficult. If you want us to stand a chance against her, we need to be armed with information. What is she really capable of? How are we supposed to stop her? Not to sound like a broken record, the less you know about her, the better things will go for all of us. I know it sounds like I'm holding something, but you're just going to have to take me at my word. You're afraid, aren't you? Just like us. Of course I'm afraid. Fear is an extremely normal thing to feel when the fate of the entire world is at stake. But that's not the only thing you're afraid of. You're scared of something worse. Stop projecting your neurosis onto me. Just get to the cabin already. Okay, so I get the impression that the narrator actually doesn't know what she's capable of. A warning, before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says. Does a cat lie to a cornered mouse when it plays with its freedom? Or is it just acting out its nurture? I don't see why that matters. A lie is a lie, and if anything, she's the one who's cornered. Yeah, see that fucking ghostly voice.
is realizing there's no reason for her to lie. Yeah, the narrator fucking got killed. They killed the narrator in our last fucking run. That was funny. She could have gotten out of there whenever she wanted to. We should trust nothing that she tells us, only what we hear and smell. That's a very roundabout way of saying you should listen to me and take this seriously, says the narrator. Maybe. The shit's fucked up. Look at this cabin, it's fucked up. The interior of the cabin is ruinous and dilapidated. It feels like no one has lived here for a long time. Wind rushing in through cracks and holes in the wooden walls. The only furniture of note is a termite-eaten table with a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You will need it if you want to do this right. Okay, so the mirror is a constant. The mirror was with us in the tower. Last time we looked into the mirror and we saw like a goblin hand. I wonder if we're still a goblin. We're in a different reality. You walk up to the wall. You walk up to the wall next to the basement. Thor, it's a wall. There isn't much to see here. What are you talking about? This isn't a wall, it's a mirror. Or at least it'll be a mirror when we wipe off that layer of grime. The mirror seems to be rather a meta thing. Oh, it turned us into a goblin again. Or maybe we're just always a goblin. You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now. But there was a mirror a second ago. And now it's gone. This whole cabin is different than last time. Very different. I wonder why. Maybe it's because you haven't actually been here. I hope this means you finally dropped that ridiculous past life nonsense. You haven't died, and you certainly haven't been killed by the princess. So focus up. A lot's writing on this. Enter the basement. No steel claw. You think we can talk our way out of this? I don't think she wants to talk. I guess we'll just have to trust that we made the right call. He'll still be here if we need it. Howdy. Howdy, howdy. Tim Philosophy. How are you doing tonight? This morning? Whatever time it is for you. I am enjoying this game so far. I lean right wing. I'll be voting for Donald Trump. Politics sometimes comes up in my streams, and I want to be friendly for it. I know it can be pretty divisive, but I think that people should be able to talk about things they disagree with and, not resort to name calling and slander. Right wing V. VTuber, first time seeing that. Yeah, I was actually thinking about trying to rig a MAGA hat, but I opened up GIMP and start adding it, and I just immediately got distracted with doing other things. Factorio updated. Been playing a lot of that. But this is my first time playing Slay the Princess, and so far it's a pretty intriguing game. I'm enjoying it. And I like narrating, so I've been reading it myself. We are on our, third time in Chapter 2. Our first time in Chapter 2, we said fuck it, and we ended up outside of the script. The second time, we went downstairs in the tower, and we were, worshipping her, and we ended up talking to the script itself. And we're heading downstairs unarmed after she killed us, and she's probably gonna kill us again. I don't know. The door to the basement creaks open, revealing what's left of an old wooden staircase. It's still sturdy enough that you can make your way down in one piece, though you'll have to be mindful of holes. The air seeping up from below is oddly warm and wet, as if you're descending into a jungle. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor. She growls up the stairs. I can smell you. She sounds almost feral. Impatient, or maybe eager. You carefully make your way down the stairs. The last step gives way to a damp earth floor of a starlit pit. The walls are obscured by an impenetrable darkness, giving the illusion that the room might stretch on forever. You brush against the wide leaves of plants that surround you on all sides, seemingly the only living things that occupy this strange underground wilderness. The jungle is pressing in on us, hiding her from view. She could be anywhere. You see only a flash of the princess before she scurries away into the underbrush, dragging her heavy chain behind her. Remember, she's just a princess. This feels like, no, she's not just a princess. She's like an animal right now. What's going on? Yeah, the voice of the hero. She is certainly not just a princess. You're not helping. It doesn't matter what she is. It only matters what she does. Her shining eyes appear between the leaves, staring hungrily at you from across the darkness. Pet the wild animal. We'll see. Maybe this is where I get to flirt. I can hear your heart pounding from the bottom of the stairs, fleshling. You're right to be terrified. I'm so much more than you. A shiver rushes up your spine and pulls you upright. The air's shifting. She's getting ready to pounce. Move, now. Explore? Where? Don't you hear that clinking? She's in chains again. We're fine. You're about to attack me, aren't you? I can see right through you. We don't have to kill each other. You know that, right? Move. Stand still. Does she still have enough reason to be able to talk to us? I'll move. You lunge to the side, picking a direction on instinct. As you land, you're buffeted by a gust of air disturbed by the sudden motion of a massive body. The princess. In an instant, she's pounced on the spot where you would have been, her chains rattling across the floor behind her. Before you can blink, she's gone, vanishing once more into the shadows.
but you still feel her gaze on you.
You're faster than you were before, but you're still meek, reactive. Prey.
You whirl around to find her, and your gaze meets hers, a pair of shining eyes peering out at you from just beyond the basement stairs. Okay, so the princess also remembers, like last time. Anything we do in Act 1, the princess remembers. In Act 2. That's important, because in Act 1 this time, what we did to get here is we went back upstairs to get the knife. We talked to her, we felt it was sus, and then we came back down to get the knife and kill her. Which is like, she knows we want to kill her now. In the tower, how did we die to get to the tower? It was a draw, right? No. She just killed us outright. Yeah, she killed us outright to get to the tower. You whirl around to find her, and your gaze meets hers, a pair of shining eyes peering out at you from just beyond the basement stairs. So she's cut off our escape. Shit, what do we do? Explore. What do you want? Explore. We don't have to kill each other. What if I helped you? What if we left together? If you could get out of here on your own, wouldn't you have already left? Stop hiding and show yourself. I've sent here to kill you because you're a threat to the world. I'm starting to believe that's true. We don't have to kill each other. You cannot reason your way out of this, fledgling. There's no compromise with what I am. At least she's upfront about her intentions. What do you want? I want to swallow you whole, and I will get what I want. You have no exit. You have no hope. You live and die by my whims and my whims alone. Don't ask her what she wants. Just run for the blade upstairs and slay her with it. Is that all the advice you have? You don't even know what she looks like. Some specifics could be very helpful. She's just a princess. Don't overthink it. She's clearly not. She's coiling for another strike. Be somewhere else. We're on the back foot. The back foot keeps us nimble, keeps us alive. It doesn't matter if it keeps us alive if it eventually kills us. We need to take back the momentum. We need to do something. Play dead. Right. She wants to eat us. So playing dead won't not let that happen. Standing still. No, we survive. You spring to a new patch of jungle, barely moving out of the way before the princess surges past you with a speed that makes her practically unseen. Explore. I don't think I can keep this up. But why? Why do you want to kill me? Stop hiding and show yourself. I was sent here to kill you because you're a threat to the world. I'm starting to believe that's true. Let's run for the stairs. Yes, now's our chance. Quick! Right, I agree. We can't do anything without a weapon. We can regroup once we're armed and try to figure out a better plan. Don't plan ahead. Act on the now. All that matters is that we stay alive.
As you turn to sprint for the stairs, you feel the air shift. You instinctively glance behind you just in time to see the princess lunge from the shadows. Ma unhinged and dripping, eyes fierce and full of hunger. She is too quick to outrun, too nimble to outmaneuver, too determined to overpower. This is her domain. You are devoured. I guess that's it then, isn't it? Unfortunately for you, no. This isn't it. Oh shit, we got Vord? This game has Vor in it? You are in a dark and caustic place. A thick, fibrous lining constricts around you. Its slick surface impossible to grip. Your hands scabbing uselessly at your surroundings as they compress in on you. Your lungs can barely expand in such a tiny space. Not that the humid, finite air grants you more than a few shallow breaths at a time. At the vortex. The liquid pooling beneath you starts to seep into your skin. You itch, then sting, then burn as the acid begins its slow work. When I killed you, I tried to leave this place, but it wouldn't let me. You belong down here, it screamed at me. The world is better off without you in it. The flesh around you rumbles as the princess begins to move, her thundering footfalls twisting you helplessly about. Your skin protests as the corrosive liquid sloshes around you. But there is no respite for you in sight. The burning glows stronger, and you can feel layers of you being pulled away. But you don't belong down here. You came from somewhere else. You came from out there. So I consumed your dead heart, and I carried it in my throat, and I draped what was left of you on my back, and I threw myself against that door. She stops, her muscles tensing around you, and through the muffling layers of her flesh, you hear the whine and straining metal. And with a pop, she lurches forward, your body lurching right along with her. Her chains, she's loose. But even then, it denied me freedom. You cannot fool me by draping yourself in decay. I know your true nature, and it is suffering. Gravity pulls at you as you're hefted upwards, the distant creaking of ancient wooden steps barely audible over the thudding of the princess's heart. And then it was gone and I was here. A new enclosure. A nicer cage, but still a prison. I learned from my wounds. You're alive now. We can leave together. Does that work? Can she free herself if we're alive in here? Do you really need me to give you a definite answer for you to understand that the situation is grim? Stop her. Do something. We don't have steel, but we have tooth and claw. Tear through her before we are her. Can you talk to the cabin? You could have asked me before swallowing me alive. Claw and bite. Claw and bite. Like the cornered animal you are, you tear against the thick membranes of her stomach with every part of you that can be made sharp. Nails, claws, teeth, hands and feet. I could feel you tearing through me, but are you swift enough for it to matter? Your body is violently jostled, the disruption causing burned skin to slough from raw muscle. And you hear what you could only assume is the princess pulling against the door to the cabin. The cage is still locked! Can you talk to the cabin? I understand it, and it understands me. Talking is for those who don't know how to listen. Your body is violently jostled, the disruption causing burning skin to slow from... This is the same thing. You need me to want to free you, don't you? You can't force me to just let you out of here. Thank you for the follow, Manuelo. I hope you're enjoying the visual novel. Every creature craves freedom. You will too before you die. The pulling has turned to banging as the princess desperately throws everything at the cabin door. Your flesh screams as your reddened, spongy body is hit with fresh waves of blistering acid. You can't hold me forever! Just because I want freedom doesn't mean I want to give you yours. I like that option. My character's like, I'd rather die than let you out of this cabin right now. I mean, from the looks of it, we're about to die anyway. Is there going to be like an Act 3 where we get to go again and she knows that we would rather die than let her free? What happens then? So you do want freedom? What? No! That was not consent to leave. The click of what you presume to be a door ripples through the layers of suffocating flesh. But we didn't... Apparently, that's all it took. That wasn't so hard. You feel her take another massive step, and then another, and then... And then? It's gone quiet, hasn't it? You can feel it churning from the forms around you, in the forms around you, and then a wet tunneling before you are ejected to a place that is nowhere at all. I guess I don't need you to be a part of me. How lucky for you. This place is cold. But before you can say anything to her, she's gone. Memory returns. She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now? Of course you're scared, but this is the end for you, but it's not the end for me. It's just going to be okay. Just trust me. We've been here before, and you always get scared. This is the end for you, but not the end for me. This is me talking to the video game character. What is that supposed to mean? Whatever awful thing I felt before, it feels so much worse now. Death.
Real death. Approach the mirror. You approach the mirror. Gaze into your reflection. As you reach forward, they're gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave, but you need to see what's in it. You've grown. You find yourself in the long quiet once again. Proceed to the cabin. You are at the cabin. Approach her. Flickering lights in empty cityscapes become pockets of vitality and movement. I am more than I was before. Oh, this is her, my bad. Shit. Whenever you're ready, I'll wipe your slate clean once again. Are you the same being as you were before? How much have you changed? Is a child the same as an infant? I am an unbroken pattern, but every vessel gives fresh perspectives and carves new avenues of expression. I am different, but I am the same. What does it feel like to change like this? Eyes close in reflection. Perspectives meld together, and the breadth of my experience stretches to new corners. There are contradictions, conflicts in my nature, and there are familiarities that bind everything together. It feels correct. This is what I need to be. This is the only path forward. When this is all done, do you know what you want to do? With every gift you bring me, I excavate the alleys of what I am meant to be, and every exploration yields new and complicated truths. What I will be is different than what I am, and what I am is different from what I was. I will be unburdened by what has been. I will be... I'll take what has been burdened. I'll be unburdened by what has been. She will take what once was, unburdened by what has been. There we go. I cannot tell you what desires I will hold when I have changed. But in this moment, all I want is to know myself and to know you. When I go back, it's as if an invisible wall closes around me. Why can I not do the same things I've done before? Wait, really? I hadn't noticed. Maybe it's because we were taking such chaotically different paths every time. Those paths leads to worlds you've already seen, and to perspectives I have already made my own. They are useless to us now, inaccessible. The only paths of value are those that are yet untread. Okay, I mean, that makes sense.
kind of replayability might not be super great. Do you have any thoughts on this vessel? This one is consumed by instinct, a predator pushing those around her to adapt. She will make for a bold heart. She wishes me to devour you, to make you a part of myself. But she is only a voice. Do not mourn her, for she is part of something greater. You have been kinder to me than anyone else I've met. Why? Why wouldn't I be kind to you? You are the only thing I know that isn't me. Yeah, right now she's like an innocent being. Attack the entity. No. I don't want to attack her. If this is the princess, which this one text choice alludes to, you know that at the end of this, once you're finished, I'm going to kill you, right? I don't know if I want to tell her that. She remembers everything through past things. She might not have any bad thoughts about us right now. We could just make her full and then kill her in complete surprise. If we even can kill her. That'd probably be the most, like, cruel thing to do. What do you want me to bring you next time? I'm sure making her strong will have any negative impact. Gifts aren't what someone tells you to bring them. My joy isn't seeing what you choose. There are no wrong answers, and every perspective illuminates my shadows and shares new secrets. I don't want to hurt you, but the more times I go back, the worse I fear things will be. The vessels are shaped by memories of you, but their impulses are drawn to the edge of the long quiet. That's capitalized. The long quiet. Their impulses are drawn to the edge of the long quiet. Is that just the end of the game? They're drawn to the end of the game? So, like, no matter what we do, they're going to be pushing us to the end of the game, right? To them, you are a gate to something more, and any hurt you've caused them is understood as a fair price for freedom. But there are only thoughts and perspectives. They are not mine. The wounds they've suffered carve texture around my heart. Without them, I would be as I was before. I would be alone and without sensation. I could not feel the joy of having you by my side, for I would not know your absence. So you don't have any preferences on how you'd like to change or grow? My preference is for you to show me what you would like me to see. I cannot know the ways I wish to grow, for I have yet to feel them. It is you who guides me down the thin trail of perspective and memory. What if I don't want to keep playing the game? She's just gonna say, well, I'll be here for when you change your mind. let's translate these options. Like, what if I call the stream and go to bed? You're building your own goddess waifu. Yeah, I guess. And then we're gonna have to kill her. Enough with all this pretension. You're not actually saying anything. Bro, some of these dialogue options are the obviously wrong ones. Oh, okay, wait. This one's actually phrased like a question. So, you know, at the end of all this, once you're finished, I'm going to kill you, right? There is still much to be seen. Neither of us know the depths of our being. Perhaps at the end of this, I will be the one to kill you. Or perhaps we will leave this place together and find new horizons to discover. Okay, she wasn't upset by that. I really don't feel like attacking her here does anything. Destroying your body. Your will cuts across the entity in front of you, but nothing happens. My roots burrow in an ocean beyond your sight. We cannot harm each other as we are now. Okay, I'll destroy my body. You raise your will to end your life, but as it buries into the space your body should be, you feel nothing at all. Only one of the many hands in front of you reaches forward and gently touches the side of your face. There is nowhere for you to be but here. Yeah, you're probably right. And her without me is nothing. So like, the only way I could kill myself in this game and be free of her is to actually just hit close on the menu. Therefore, those two options were like. That was funny. You can only. It's also kind of odd that you have to ask her. You have to. Well, I'm ready to go back. I will long for your return, but it will give me time to reflect on what I am. We will meet again. Everything goes dark and you die. I'll drink to that. You are on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin, and in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world. Continue silently to the cabin. You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within. A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says. We're not going to go through with this, right? She's a princess. We're supposed to save princesses, not slay them. Ignore him. He doesn't know what he's talking about. The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. What do we do this time? Last time, she killed us because we tried to come back upstairs for the blade. What if we just keep talking to her this time? We ask her the questions, and I guess we try to beat her with our fists or something. I don't think we've even attempted that. The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Yes, fist the princess. Let's do it! Let's go! Her voice softly carries up the stairs. Hello? Is someone there? It's hypnotizing. It's the kind of voice you only have to hear once to remember it for the rest of your life. Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation. You're playing a dangerous game by coming here unarmed. Oh yeah. This time I wanna flirt. I remember. We're gonna flirt this time. Hi! Don't be a stranger. It's been so long since I've had any visitors. Please come downstairs. You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement. She's beautiful. How could someone like this be a threat to anyone? I am begging you to stay focused. There's a lot riding on you here. Hi, do you think you can get me out of these chains? Hold on, let's talk a bit first. Okay. What's your name? Oh. She pauses, carefully formulating her words before she responds. You can address me as Your Royal Highness, or you could just call me Princess if Your Royal Highness is too formal. Is Princess her name? Or her title? What if it's both? Could you imagine being named Princess? I thought... So is Princess your name? Like I said, you can call me Princess if you'd like. I'm sorry, I've been down here so long I guess I've just forgotten. I must have a name though. Everyone has a name. Okay, that's weird. She hasn't even thought to pick a name for herself. Hopefully you're starting to see that she can't be trusted. Go back upstairs, get the blade, and slay her before it's too late. I don't know anything about you. For all I know, you're locked up down here for a reason. Of course I'm locked up down here for a reason. I don't actually know what that reason is, but you don't just stuff a princess in a basement and throw away the key without there being some sort of explanation, right? You have all the explanation you need. And you should know better than to trust whatever she comes up with. Where did the flirt option go? I thought there was a flirt option. Oh, was it behind this one? I'm gonna keep you locked way down here, at least for a little bit, and get to know each other while I decide what to do. Yeah, but like that wasn't a thing that we had chosen. So maybe if that dialogue option is only accessible once you've already kind of down that route. So let's do this. Yeah, I think last time I selected this, right? It seems like a good compromise. I don't think I could bear being down here that much longer.
Leaving her alive is too risky. If you don't deal with her soon, she will find a way out.
So I'm the only one who liked that idea? One way or another, I'm going to find a way out of here. It would make it easier for both of us if you'd help. But if you don't, I can promise that you'll regret that decision.
You have to make a choice. Let's hope, for all our sakes, it's the right one.
Okay, let's get you out of here.
You can't be serious.
Thank you, thank you. You won't regret this, I promise.
You're making a huge mistake.
No, I think you're doing the right thing.
You walk up to the chains, binding the princess to the wall and give them a tug. They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
I'm guessing you don't have the key.
Maybe it's somewhere upstairs. Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away down here intended for her to never see the light of day. They wouldn't have just left the key to her chain somewhere in the cabin.
And if there isn't a key, do you have any other ideas? Maybe there's some way to break the chains. Or if that doesn't work, I guess we can always cut me out of them.
She offers the suggestion with almost complete nonchalance. If we're stuck down here for long enough, I'm sure we'd be nonchalant about cutting our way out if it meant we could finally be free. You attempt to make your way out of the basement, but the door at the top of the stairs slams shut. You hear the click of a lock sliding into place.
Is someone else here? Hey, let me out of here! Try the door, return to the bottom of the stairs. Try the door, it's clearly locked. Whoever just locked us in wouldn't just unlock it because we asked. But maybe they'll talk to us.
Your shouts and pleas are met with silence. I'll repeat myself once again. You are here to slay the princess, and you won't leave until the task is done. You try the door, but it is locked from outside. You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier if you'd just taken the blade like you were supposed to.
Oh, we're fisting her! Oh boy! Let's beat the princess to death.
Easier for whom? Easier for everyone. Now look at the mess you're in.
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they?
There's a slight panic rising in the princess's voice.
If I could just get out of these chains, I know we could force our way out of here together.
She barely hesitates before raising her arm to her mouth, her teeth tearing through her limb with the determination of a trapped wolf. As she rips her flesh from her bone, the sound comes from behind you, the clang of bouncing metal.
Is the narrator just popping the knife into existence for us? It's like, bro, take it. Trust. It's the blade from upstairs. You're not sure how it made its way down here. But if there's a time to strike, it's now. Or we could use it to free her. Bro, does that look like the face of a woman you want to free? You won't like what happens if you do that. Now you can thrust into her. We save the princess. We like princesses. Fine. This is really reminiscent of Made in Abyss. Oh. It's just beneath the elbow. She can still have some articulation. It'll be useful for cave raiding. Against your better judgment, you place the blade against the ragged, self-inflicted wound on the princess's arm, just above the unyielding chain binding her to this place. You cut into her flesh. The blade is sharp, and it takes little effort to crack through the bone of her arm. Her limb falls to the ground, and the heavy chains follow suit. She didn't so much as utter a sound through the whole ordeal. No, she didn't. She smiles softly as her gaze meets yours, blood from her wounded arm dripping rhythmically onto the ground. How is she still smiling after everything? It's like she isn't even bothered by what just happened. Thank you. Now let's get out of here. We approach the locked door. No. We won't have any of that. The stakes are too high. You can't just let her escape into the world. No, I can't just let her escape into the world. Oh? Narrator, no, don't betray us! Narrator, what are you doing? As the princess approaches the bottom stair, your body steps forward and raises the blade. Wait, this isn't fair. You can't just do that. Watch me. What are you doing? Warn her? Stop that. Something's come over you, hasn't it? You know you don't have to do this, right? Your body lunges forward, the blade held low, ready to sink into her heart. But the princess dodges, stumbling back against the wall before the blade has a chance to connect. Stop it. Stop trying to resist me. I'm trying to get you out of here alive. The blade. Move. The blade. As your body remains frozen in stubborn resistance, the princess takes a cautious step forward. We both know this isn't you. She nervously reaches towards you and takes the blade from your infuriatingly rigid hands. What are you doing? I'm sorry. I'll try to be quick. She plunges it into your chest, tearing through flesh and sinew. It is agony, but you aren't dead yet. Oh no, I'm sorry. Stay strong. We can tough it out until it's done, for her sake. For her sake? Don't you start pretending that dying a painful death is some sort of heroic gesture. The two of you literally have doomed everyone. Whatever. She sinks the blade into your chest again and again and again,
and you feel every inch of burning pain that slices its way into your body. I'm sorry! I'm sorry! I'm sorry! This suddenly looks like a different art style. She doesn't know how to use a knife, does she? Apparently not. Apparently not. Though, it doesn't matter how sloppy her knife work is, does it? A stab wound is still a stab wound. And it won't be long before you bleed out. I'm so sorry! With one last thrust of the knife, your legs give out beneath you. You collapse to the floor. Your blood pooling around you, your limbs unresponsive. The princess stares down at your ruined chests as tears carve rivulets of pink down her blood-spattered cheeks. Look, there's a knife involved. It was gonna happen to someone. It can't just end like this, right? Oh, that's rich coming from you. As much as I'd prefer for things to have gone differently, I can't deny the reality of what's happened. The two of you made your choice. It's over. Everything goes dark and you die. The damsel! You're on a path in the woods. At the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. And if you don't, it will be the end of the world. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says. Okay, so I wonder what kind of voice is going to accompany us this time. A voice of the smitten. If only you knew what you did to us, you villain. Excuse me? Forget he said anything. But he is a villain. He made our beloved brutally take our life last time. He's trying to keep us apart, but he won't be able to withstand the power of our love. Last time? What are you talking about? I think he just likes to hear the sound of his own voice. Let's try to ignore him. I do. But I speak from the heart. My passions are too great to be stifled. They must be expressed. Sure, yeah. Your passions are strong and all, but not everyone needs to hear them. Some things are better kept quiet. Don't pay their bickering any mind. Focus on the task at hand. The interior of the cabin is clean and elegant, its stone walls draped in fine threaded tapestries. A prison befitting a royal prisoner. The only furniture of note is an ornate wooden table with a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You need it if you want to do this right. The last several times I checked the mirror, I think there's probably not whole reason to do so again. I mean, it's going to show us the mirror at the end of this act, right? And we're probably going to have changed a little bit more again. Last time we bloated. I mean, we are some kind of monster at the beginning of the story. Oh, shit. Even in Act 1, we are some kind of monster.
I wonder if that has anything to do with how easy it is to just kill her, and why the first ending I got was just like a children's drawing on a piece of paper and crayons. Like, wow, you did it. You took the easy thing and you got the ending. Woohoo! Yeah, you're a monster because you don't give a shit about this game or the characters or the development or anything. You just went straight to the end like everyone else. And it's like, okay, well, yeah, we are playing a monster. We are the monster. But as we continue to play and we get to like empathize with the princess, with like as we grow her with new experiences and points of view, like we become a more defined person. And the mirror is going to reflect that slowly over the course of the playthrough. Yeah. I don't think we've ever even tried to attack her in Act 2. Fuck the knife. We're just going down. The door to the basement creaks open, revealing an intricate stairwell. Gold-trimmed carpet glimmers in the light of the torches positioned along the walls. The basement almost seems welcoming in the dim firelight. But it's still a stone basement. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Oh, and basements are awful, guys. Wow. A soft voice carries up the stairs. Hello? Is someone there? Her voice is somehow even more beautiful than last time. I think we're in love. Okay. I'm with you that we should be doing whatever we can to save her. But saying we're in love is a bit much, don't you think? We don't even know the princess. We can still do right by her without all this fawning. Yes, for everyone's sake, you're not in love. Just remember that your charms are all part of the manipulation. She somehow seems even more anime right now. We're seeing through the besmitten. The rose-tinted glasses are definitely on right now. You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall. My love, we're here to rescue you from your unjust and foul imprisonment. You know she can't hear you, right? She may not be able to hear my words, but surely she can hear my spirit. Oh, your spirit's plenty loud, all right. It's you, my darling hero. I was so worried you wouldn't come back. Did you hear that? She said we're dashing. And she called us a hero. Flattery really goes a long way with the two of you, doesn't it? Waiting for you to come back. You've been here before, haven't you? That's right, villain. And you killed us. Well, she killed us. Only because he made us try and kill her. It was self-defense. Our beloved hands remain unstained by cruelty. And you've died before. So an entire world has been damned to oblivion. I'd really hoped I'd be the first, but I really hoped I'd be the first. Wow, okay.
Well, what's done is done. What matters is you have a chance to do it right this time. We damned the whole world, but everything reset. Nothing resets. You're just somewhere else, and you can't keep hopping between worlds forever. Especially not without leaving a trail of incomprehensible devastation behind you. This is horrible. Horrible for you, maybe. But we've been given another opportunity to sweep her off her feet and treat her like the lady she is. Hold on. If she actually ended a world, are you sure we want to do this? Are you sure we want to rescue her? We never saw a world end, and now I'm even more certain that we must chase our heroic and romantic destiny than I've ever been. I shan't let anyone convince us otherwise. Are you listening to him? He's lost it. Don't let him distract you. Just do your job. You killed me last time and it hurt a lot. Why did you do that? We know why she did it. I didn't bring a knife. Do I have to cut you out again? What happened after I died? That's a good question right there. That's a good question. I have to ask, did you end the world after you killed me back there? I'm sorry about what happened last time. The narrator who sent me here to kill you took over my body. It was extremely unfair. We just tell her about the narrator. Okay. Hold on. From anyone else's point of view, not the princesses, but like if this was just some other person saying, oh yeah, last time I came down here and talked to you, the narrator forced me to kill you. Like that person would think you're a fucking insane person. If another version of me was pushed to such drastic action, it was for a good reason. That's okay. You were just doing your best, and that's all that matters. She took that in stride, to a surprising extent. It's an almost unsettling extent, actually. That's because she's perfect. Do you think she has someone like him telling her what to do? Oh, shit. Oh. Well, that would be like the hands person, right? If anybody. But I don't think that they're telling her what to do so much as they're just making choices. Huh. Interesting idea to ponder. She doesn't. There's no one else like me. I think he's right, because I like it better if she doesn't have some horrid little voice like him always trying to drive her to violence. What happened after I died? You died, and now we're talking. But before we started talking, did the world end? Did you end the world? I don't know. Was I supposed to have ended the world? Would that have made you happy? Isn't that just like our darling princess? She wants to make us happy. My heart melts further with every word that passes through her beautiful lips. Are you listening to her? That's a confession. No, I don't want the world to end. Then I didn't end the world. see, she didn't confess anything. She is innocence itself. I'm not so sure. In Act 2, it seems to be that we cause things to happen by kind of thinking about them. So if we just rescue the princess, I think her chain will just drop to the floor, right? Rescue her? What are you talking about? Did you forget that she's a world-ending monstrosity? And even if you wanted to unleash her onto the world, despite the complete moral disaster that would be, you have to get her out of those chains. Good luck with that. Don't you see how dainty her hands are? We'll be able to slip her out with ease. No, she's a prisoner here. You can't just slip her hand through the chains. If her hands could just slip out of the chains, why hasn't she done it already? Because we've yet to present her with her freedom. I'm not sure I follow. Would you rather believe me, a passionate heart guided by love and my own good nature? Or would you rather believe the devil on your shoulder who tells you what you can and cannot do? I think I'd rather believe in facts. Ah, so you're one of those empiricists. One of us has to be. And let me show you a brand new truth. Narrator, we courageously step forward and free our beloved from her bindings. No, I can't let you do that. If you take another step towards the princess, I'll... Oh shit, what was that? Fuck. Voice of the hero, I presume. Yeah, voice of the hero. You'll what? Take over her body and force us to try and kill her? I would if you had a weapon. Not on my watch, villain. My passions contain titanic depths, and if you try anything that might harm our dearest, I will end our life without a second thought. You wouldn't. I would. I'd listen to him if I were you. He has a lot of strong feelings. And doesn't the world end if we don't stop her? See, the line work here is much more cute. Like she's actually kind of cute here. In Act 1, she's kind of hideous looking, but like this, the lines are thicker. They're a little better proportioned. The crown doesn't make it look like the top of her head so much as it like, you know, like a hairline. This is definitely like the ideal version of her. Unless you're into furries, then you might like that beastly one. Being swallowed whole. As you approach the princess and gingerly slide her hand from the bindings that shouldn't have worked. I'll be damned, we're doomed. I can't believe it. I can't believe it, but I guess I have to. I told you, there's no life more worth living than that of a true believer. I'm free, and you're not trying to kill me this time. Thank you. Thank you so much. The princess jumps up and smothers you in a joyful embrace. Ugh. If only you had a weapon. One slip of the wrist and your pristine blade could be buried in her back, and everyone out there would be saved. Luckily for Mr. Romance, we don't have a weapon. Who needs a weapon when we have the power of love on our side? What do we do now? Explore. What do you want to do? We leave, and then we have our whole lives to figure out what we want to do next. That sounds perfect. The princess takes your hand, the last hope of the entire world slipping through your fingers as they intertwine with hers. We have each other. We don't need the world for our happy ending. I like to think that you do, actually. Look, I had my doubts, but the choice has been made, and this is happening. You don't have to mope about it. I will mope about it, because moping is the only recourse you love-blind fools have left me with. You and the princess walk up the stairs, hand in hand. Ugh! Look at the way she's smiling at you. She doesn't have to be so happy about this. And what happens after we walk up the stairs? Oh, let's see. Isn't that interesting? The door slams in your face, and the lock clicks. That's a familiar move. Did I do that last time? Then you should know that you won't be able to leave. Oh no! Did someone lock us in here? That's not fair. We're supposed to leave now. She's right. It isn't fair, but the unfairness of the world are no match for the strength of true love. Enough with this true love nonsense. You just met her. Of course you wouldn't understand. Our passions run deeper than anything you've ever known. Are you listening to this? You don't have to go along with every whim of that delusional voice. I'm just along for the ride at this point. Do you think you can open it? I think we can open it if we try together. I think I've got this. Okay, so when we were in her belly, we just had to think about wanting our freedom. And it opened. So getting out of this room should be enough. And wanting to get out of this room should be enough. But the princess can't open it herself, right? Let's try together. Okay, yeah. Let's do it. Like a pair of teenagers in love, you and the princess place your hands on the door. Together. Bleh. And? The lock clicks and the door creaks open. Are you kidding me? I told you our love was insurmountable. What? I feel like sometimes it's skipping things. You and the princess make your way upstairs. And the blade! That's right. There's still a chance for you to do the right thing. Take the blade from the table and slay her before it's too late. Take the blade and slay the princess. You take the blade from the table, turning its tip towards the unsuspecting princess. Thank you. Wait, no, you barbarian, what are you? No, you barbarian, what are you doing? But you ignore the pleas of the foolish little voice and strike. The princess's eyes grow wide with terror as the blade falls. but she does absolutely nothing to stop you. Your blade pierces her heart, and she collapses pathetically to the ground. I'm sorry. Did I do something wrong? No, my love. You did nothing wrong. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Not you. I'm going to die now. I think that's what you want. Slay an innocent achievement. Let's go. I felt like it was coming. Something like that. And just like that, she's dead. And the world is saved. Thank you for seeing this through. I know it must have been difficult. I feel sick. Sick? You took part in the murder of the fairest creature that's ever lived. And you merely feel sick? I, for one, am absolutely distraught, grief-stricken, inconsolable. You'll get over it. You just saved everyone. Get over it? You smarmy ass. There's nothing in the world worth getting over it for. You might as well just end it all. You raise the blade, aiming the point directly towards your heart. Excuse me? No, you absolutely do not do that. Yeah, let's not make any rash decisions. We should give ourselves a minute. Take a deep breath and... Rash? The only rash decision we've made was running our cursed blade through her heart. This is far from rash. This is measured. This is the only thing left for us to do now that she's gone. I'm the one who makes the decisions here, and I say no. Exactly. You're not doing this. All of you may have previously thought that my passions were too great to stifle, but those were merely passions of joy. My passions of sorrow run deeper than the ocean itself, and you'll find that they are far more unstifleable. How about you? How about you all? I don't believe this. What don't you believe? You plunge the blade into your own heart and collapse to the floor. You can't be serious. Why are you helping him? I'm not. He just made it happen. I'm sorry. That's right. You're all sorry. Everything goes dark, and you die. Whoa, 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 whoa. Chapter 3? Hold on. You're enjoying this, aren't you? You're enjoying taking every opportunity you can to draw out the end of the world and make me suffer. I hate you. I was expecting, though, dying to send us to the hands woman. You know? The script princess. But that didn't happen. Maybe it's because she lived and we actually killed the princess? In Act 2, because the other two times we were killed by the princess in Act 2. So I presume that if we continue on this track, something's gonna happen. We're gonna die before she dies, and then we might go to that other ending where we get sent back to day one. Not always. I'm interested in exploring that other path. I am, for sure. I just want to see what will happen here. That's the way out. We're going to leave together, just like you wanted. Yes, I suppose you're going to do that, aren't you? You cross the room, opening the door to the cabin. And then you step outside. Achievement got. Our happy ending at last. We did it. Now what should we do now? Where did everything go? Where did he go? Oh, he's gone? I hadn't noticed. I was too busy staring deep into our beloved's eyes. I'm cold. Is being happy supposed to be so cold? That's a yandere face right there. She's cold? Quick! Our feathers. Pluck them all and weave her a coat worthy for a princess. But you don't get the chance to make that jacket, nor will you ever. It's time for you to leave. Memory returns. She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And is that Amir? Why is it here? Why now? Okay, so is there a way to get out of every chapter 2 into a chapter 3? Because what we just saw seems to imply that there's so many routes. Oh my god. I want another beer. I'll be right back. But it feels so bad. Like looking in. But it feels so bad. Like looking into it right now is going to be the end of everything. Yes, and I fear we won't like what we see. But if we just sit here and preen for a while, that can't hurt, right? It's not the end. Whatever's on the other side is going to be nice. Okay, if you say so, we'll trust you. She'll be there waiting for us. I just know it. You approach the mirror. Gaze into your reflection. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave. But you need to see what's in it. You've withered. You find yourself in the long quiet once again. You are at the cabin. I am a growing chorus of contradiction. A mass of tides ebbing and flowing all at once in more directions than my attention can bear to hold. To look at any one is to shift them all into something new, and to look away is to reshape them yet again. All of me is changing, and yet the rest of me is still the same. It doesn't matter how many times I go back. At least one of us always hurts the other. Doesn't that change you? Doesn't that make you worse? It changes me, but it doesn't make me worse, nor does it make me care for you any less. Does it make you worse? Do you resent me? If anything, it makes me like you more. I don't know what that says about me. No, not really. It all seems so distant as soon as I'm near you. I have no opinion one way or another on the matter. I just want it all to stop. Yes, you're torturing me and I hate it. I think I hate you. I think, honestly, this version of her, be that she speaks cryptically, I do like her. I like her. I do. It says that your heart is gentle, that even in the darkness, you are guided by compassion. Do you know what happens to the worlds we leave behind? My perspectives are shadowed. You have seen what I have seen, just as I have seen what you have seen. The angles of my vantage do not offer me hidden truths, and my attention is turned inward, except when you are here with me. Perhaps this will change when our work is done. Everything you say feels like a riddle. Can you give me a single straight answer? I'm sorry, words are difficult for me. They never fully weave what I wish to say. If you do not like my answers, then you need not ask me questions. The vessels you choose to bring me carry far more meaning than anything words could say in the spaces between. Can't be a contradiction. Contradictions don't exist. And yet my waters flow and my streets bustle. There are no words that and describe me into non-existence. There is no logic that can blind my multitudes. I am everything that you have known me to be, but I am also none of it. I'm ready to go back. I will be here when it is time for us to meet again. Everything goes dark and you die. Yeah, so I guess what? On the first route here, we're going to do everything we can to just bring all the different... Oh, we're probably already not on track for true ending then. Like, we've brought 3 to her, but in the first time we were in Act 2, we just let the hands themselves kill us by just not going to the princess at all. Yeah, so if I can get out of every chapter 2 into a chapter 3, then like there's more plot down each of those chapters. But bringing all of the different versions to her is probably like its own ending, you know? And I don't know if we're on track to be able to do that because of the first playthrough. Damn. What happens if we try to leave in Act 1? Because Act 2 is usually definitely more dreamlike. Act 1 tries to keep things at least somewhat realistic. Fine, I suppose you just quietly continue down the path away from the cabin. Good. What we're being asked to do here is wrong. Better to wash our hands of this whole situation than to take part in it. Well, no, like what I'm saying is that like Act 2 is very, very malleable. Act 2 is like the cabin's different. There's a mirror that's suddenly not there. In Act 2, we saw the narrator, when we walked off the path, just route us back onto the path. In Act 2, just the things that we want to happen with the door. Like Act 2 is basically a dream. But Act 1, with the exception of being possessed by the narrator and him teleporting the dagger into the basement, the characters don't like randomly transform into other characters, rooms don't grow or shrink in size. Act 1 seems like a fucked up world, but a mostly real world. So I want to see what happens when we do some weird stuff in Act 1. So I'm going to go off the beaten path. I think my logic holds. Good. What we're being asked to do here is wrong. Better to wash our hands of the whole situation than to take part in it. Ignore that annoying little voice. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Oh, yeah, okay. Okay, so the narrator does have the means to just kind of make whatever he wants happen. His power is limited, though. In Act 2, he can be killed and he can be overridden, but in Act 1, he can't. A warning before you go any further. Yeah, maybe that's what I'm feeling. Yeah. Wait, that was a little different. No knife again. Hey, without being armed. Hey, I think I'm here to slay you? You must have the wrong address. Great job. Now you've given away the element of surprise. Good luck, hero. You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement. Hi. You were joking about coming here to kill me, right? Do you think you could get me out of these chains? Hold on. Let's talk a bit first. Okay. I wasn't kidding when I said I was sent here to kill you. You're apparently going to end the world. Is that why they threw me down here? But I don't want to hurt anyone. I like the world, I think. I don't remember much about it, to be honest. I've been down here for so long. That's... How long has she been locked away? Did they tell you how I'm supposed to end the world? I was hoping you'd tell me. No, which is why I don't think you're actually dangerous. No, but I'm sure they have their reasons for keeping that information secret from me. Deflect. What are you going to do if I let you out of here? The princess hesitates before responding. She doesn't know. She's been down here too long to have any idea of what she would do in another life. She knows what she'd do. She's just searching for whatever answer she thinks you want to hear. What I do doesn't really matter, right? At the end of the day, whatever the two of us have going on down here is about trust. Whoever sent you to slay me claimed I was a threat to the world, but they didn't tell you why. I don't trust that, and I don't think you do either. Or you wouldn't have come down here to talk. She has a point. We're talking like this for a reason. So this shouldn't be about what I'd do if I got out of here, or me saying the right thing to convince you to save me. This is about how messed up this whole situation is. This is my life we're talking about. Do you really think I can even end the world? Why would I even want to? We both know that if there's people we can trust in the situation, it's whoever locked me down. If we can't trust in the situation, it's whoever locked me down here, and it's whoever sent you here. Those two groups are probably one and the same. Don't let her turn the tables here. This isn't about trust. This is about risk. We stand to lose everything, all for the sake of one person. And a subjugating monarch, no less.
If I'm the first person you've seen in a while, what have you been eating? Or drinking? I don't see what that has to do with anything. Not the monarchy. This is the only time this is ever going to happen, but I agree with the princess. That's hardly relevant. What? The narrator is like, yeah, don't ask too many questions, bitch. Okay, but actually, she has to... What has she been eating? She has to eat, right? With A, actually just gonna gloss over that? Oh, this time we don't have the knife. We're not going to be able to help her cut her hand off, if that's even a path we can take. Looks like it though, right? I can't believe they've been keeping you down here like this. I'm getting you out of here. Examine chains. You're only making this more difficult. Thank you, thank you. You're making a huge mistake. No, you're doing the right thing. You walk up to the chains, binding the princess to the wall, and give them a tug. I'm going to check upstairs. Maybe the key's still lying around somewhere up there. And if not, maybe I can at least find something to break you free. Okay, I'll be here. Good luck. The door slam? Yep. Return to the bottom of the stairs. Yeah, so save the princess is still an option. We can go back to that other route. Revealing the loopholes and he doesn't like it. Wait. That can happen in Stanley Parable too. Ah, shit. What was it? The plot holes of the original ending. Like if you follow all of his instructions, he starts like commenting on his own plot holes, right? Like, why was everybody in the office missing? And why wasn't Stanley affected by the mind control machine? Well, he won't know the answer to these questions. Yeah, that one too. Why are these doors closing behind him? What is this voice inside his head? Well, the reason he went insane was clearly because he didn't have his emotional support bucket. Without hesitation, you bring the blade down and plunge it into the princess's back. Finally. The wound drives her to the ground. Okay, there's no going back now. I'm with you to the end. You bastard! Were you lying to me this whole time? The princess pushes away from you, the motion ripping the blade from her back. Wounded, but still alive, she crouches on all fours in the corner of the room and meets your eyes with the ferocity of a cornered predator.
You've made a terrible enemy, and there's nothing in the world that could possibly save you from me. I thought we had the upper hand, but it's as if she's barely even threatened by us. It's an act. She's wounded and unarmed. There's nothing she can do to hurt you. I'm not so sure. Don't waver now. Don't waver now. As you ready your blade to deliver a lethal blow, she lunges at your legs, the same animal ferocity that she used to tear at your arm. As you ready your blade to deliver a lethal blow, she lunges at your legs, the same animal ferocity she used to tear at her arm. Did it mean with the same animal ferocity? I always find one, it doesn't matter what game I play. If there's reading involved, someone fucks up sometime with the writing. Your knife cuts into her again and again as you're tracked to the ground. Tackled to the ground. Your body raked with pain as she rips into you with tooth and claw. Forget about trying to rescue her. This is about survival now. Give her everything you've got. Though your nerves are seizing with pain, you know you've done your fair share of damage as well. Your blade having left deep gashes in the princess's back. You seize a moment of hesitation to throw her off of you, and shakily push yourself back to your knees. We can still turn this around. Finish the job, run for the stairs and lock her in the basement. Maybe she'll bleed out. Wasn't the door locked? Like, if we kill her, and the narrator's like, yeah, I'm not opening the door, you're gonna die down here too. This is our emotional support dagger. It's not as good as the bucket, but it might do the trick. Let's finish the job with our emotional support dagger. You steal your resolve and take another step closer to the princess. You probably won't make it out of here alive, but you can still make sure that she won't make it out of here either. Excuse me, what's that about not making it out of here alive? Do you think this is what I wanted to happen? I have a duty to state the facts in the situation. And honestly, it's a miracle anyone in this room is still standing right now. Don't act so surprised. Can you not feel all those gashes and holes pulling you apart? If the princess doesn't do you in here, blood loss is certain to finish the job. You take another step forward, and the princess lunges towards you. The two of you enter one last exchange. A flurry of blade and claw and fleshy ribbons. And then you stop. Neither you nor the princess able to go any further. You collapse on the ground, and the princess collapses beside you. Blood pools around you both, and you watch each other fade away. After all this time alone, I thought I'd finally found a friend, but you were just another monster, weren't you? Silence as the room starts to get fuzzy around you. You've paid a terrible price, but you've saved us all. It's over. You think this is it? You're sorely mistaken. One way or another, I'll make sure you pay for this.
But you don't have time to worry about such things. Everything goes dark, and you die. The Witch. You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin, and in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world. A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says. Voice of the opportunist.
Don't worry. You can trust us to get the job done.
The interior of the cabin is a mess of twisted roots. The walls a chaotic weave of knotted wood that, almost as if by accident, just happened to resemble a room. The floor is damp and earthy, and the only furniture of note is a slab of mud in the shape of a shelf with a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You will need it if you want to do this right. No blade. I hope you know what you're getting us into.
It'll always be here if we need it. Sure, that was also true last time, and we still died. But we definitely know what we're doing this time.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase dug into the muddy earth below. The ceiling is thick with roots that hang like locks of tangled hair. The weak starlight from the cabin windows behind you can barely penetrate the gloom here, only illuminating the edges of an opening below. It shines in the darkness like some kind of massive maw waiting to swallow you up into the earth. Oh, by the way, I like witches. Hot witches. Peak. I love them. I think witches over warrior girls for sure. But warrior girls are pretty good too. Like a black-haired witch or a like or like a blonde warrior woman or yeah, some good archetypes. Yes, they are. Ooh. The air smells of dirt and copper. It's thick and wet, as if your lungs are being coated in mud with each intake of breath. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor. Her voice skitters up from below.
Something nasty finds itself on my stairs. Come on down, don't be scared. I probably won't bite.
I'm not nasty. Yeah, we are. We killed her. Or we tried to. And she remembers that. We probably should have come with a knife.
Silence, I see. I don't think I have forgotten about you. I recognized the sound of your nervous little footsteps as soon as they came into my home. I know who you are. I remember what you've done.
She must have you confused with someone else.
She seems friendly enough. Oh, we can talk our way out of this whole situation.
You can't, unless you slay her right away. She's going to break free and end the world.
There's no reasoning with what she is.
Look, I'm just throwing ideas out here. I like to think out loud. The kind of guy who likes a discussion. Don't you want to hear what everyone has to say before making any big decisions?
Do you want to hear what everyone has to say? Or do you just want to hear yourself talk? You need to stop lingering. Your task is to slay the princess, not endlessly debate about what to do with the princess.
Fine, fine, you're the boss.
Thank you. You descend the basement steps, entering the dark room below. You can just make out the shape of the princess in the gloom. She's huddled against the far wall, her eyes bright and glaring from amid the thick roots.
And there you are, once again seeming to offer a helping hand, while likely hiding the other behind your back. Fine, I'll play along for now. What do you want?
She's acting like the two of you already know each other. Oh no, you've already been here, haven't you?
That's pretty sharp. How do you figure that one out?
Call it deductive reasoning.
Well, you seem to be great at it.
Do you remember us, then? Do you remember last time? No, I don't. But you and the princess clearly have a shared reality, even if I'm not a part of it. I won't waste time fighting you on something that's clearly true.
Just glad we could put it all behind us.
Is it all behind us? Just focus on the task at hand. I don't care if you've been here before. I don't care if you think you'll go somewhere else after this. My world is on the line right now, so I'd appreciate it if you could take this seriously and slay her.
Let's chat her up a bit first. Maybe we can find a middle ground where everyone's happy.
Don't talk to her. You're only going to make things more difficult than they have to be.
Well, I seem to remember you having a tongue.
Explore. I'm sorry about last time. Look, I made a mistake. We all make mistakes, right? I'm sure you've made mistakes. Wait, our mistake was using the knife to stab her in the back after she tried to gnaw off her own hand. That was a mistake. It was a happy little accident. You know, you're trying to paint a tree and, well, you chose the wrong shade of green, so now you have to make a mountain instead. Happy little accidents. I get the sense that you're not happy with me. You scared me, okay? When you started gnawing off your arm off, it scared me. So I stabbed you. Things got out of hand. Out of hand! No, that one's when we helped her cut off her hand. Or when she ripped it off herself trying to kill us. That's when things got out of hand. I'm unarmed. That's a gesture of goodwill, so why don't we talk it out? We both died last time. Can't bygones be bygones? Look, I know, things got messy last time, but I think there's something bigger than both of us at work. We should team up. There's a lot of good options here. Why do I have a nagging feeling you're going to stab me in the back if I help you out of here? I don't trust you. Not enough to free you. And definitely not enough to get close to you. I'm leaving. Bye. Leave her in the basement. Why did we come here? Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna go with this one because it's funny. Things got out of hand. But
Things did get out of hand, didn't they? But it's hard to let bygones be bygones when they led to murder. And you started it.
I'm sorry about last time.
Ooh, smart. Let's apologize. Get us back on the right foot. Oh, you're sorry. Isn't that nice? You're such a gracious little monster. If you're sorry, then let me out of here. Prove it.
Look, I know. Things got messy last time, but I think there's something bigger than the both of us at work. We should team up.
I suppose you didn't come into my hovel of your own accord, did you? All right, I suppose I could team up. I need a way out after all, and unfortunately, you're the only one I have. Seems to me like she's offering a mutually beneficial arrangement. We should take it.
Do you know what the word mutually means? Because it sounds to me like she's offering an arrangement that benefits her and her alone. That face she's making, is that the uwu face? That kind of looks like the uwu face. I didn't bring my blade down, remember? How am I supposed to get you out of those chains?
Oh, I don't need you to cut me out.
The princess grins as the chains fall from her wrist. She could have gotten out of those the whole time, that sneaky little...
A woman after my own heart, really. She knows how to hold her cards close to her chest.
This is why she can't just be abandoned here. If left to her own devices, she'll find a way out. Now stop her! Okay, let's leave. Leave with the princess.
Yes, let's.
She creeps forward, taking one cautious step at a time, until you and she are face to face. She never breaks eye contact, even as the two of you find yourselves face to face. She's silent for a long moment, as if testing to see what you'll do now that she's within arm's reach.
After you, darling. You're the one it lets come and go. It's best if I follow. Oh no, we can't have that. If anyone's gonna turn their back on anyone else, she's gonna turn her back on us.
It shouldn't matter who leads and who follows. We're working together here.
Well, if it doesn't matter, then she can go first. We may be in this together, but that doesn't mean we have to trust her.
Somebody has to go first, and it might as well be us. We're the ones who broke her trust last time. You're talking a lot about trusting someone who, by her very definition, cannot be trusted. I don't know how many more warnings I have to dole out, but if you help her out of here, you're going to regret it. Step onto the stairs.
That's right. You're the one who's going first. Don't worry. I'll be right behind you, watching every single thing you do. That's exactly what I'm worried about.
You step onto the stairs and begin your ascent from the basement. The princess follows close on your heels, perhaps even a little closer than you'd like. You're only saying that because you want us to feel nervous. I do want those things, but I want them for a good reason. I don't need you to trust me for my sake, because I already know that I'm right. This is for you.
Can we walk backwards up the stairs? I think that's the smarter idea. She can't sneak in and attack if we're facing her.
No, the stairs are a bunch of overgrown roots. You'll trip and hurt yourself.
But
The princess is silent as you both continue the climb, and in no time at all, the upstairs of the cabin is within reach.
isn't that a relief? We're fine. Oh no, isn't that a relief? We're fine. Nothing happened.
You're not even going to wait until you're through the door to proudly claim your victory, are you?
Why did you just say that?
I think we know why.
You feel something dig into your shoulder, sharp and piercing. The princess is clawing at you and pulling you down with her full weight. Together you tumble back down the uneven stairs, your body and hers crashing against the unyielding wooden roots until finally you both separate with a bone-shaking thud against the pavement floor. You feel something pop. The princess lands against the far wall, gasping as she struggles to recover from the impact. You're still in shock, trying to get a hold of yourself. She grins as you continue to remain exactly where you are, cackling derisively as she watches. You realize that you won't be getting up. Wait, why won't we be getting up? I'm afraid your back is broken. One unlucky fall is all it takes. Really. And you've had several. Oohs murderously? She is! She is!
You know what? I'll say it, that sucks. I don't like having a broken back.
We were going to help her. Why? Why did she do that?
It's what I would have done.
Have you considered not being like that?
Of course not. It's what keeps us alive.
And yet, here we are, paralyzed and stuck with someone who hates us in the basement of a remote cabin.
You must have known this was coming. The arrogance of turning your back to me after everything you've done.
I can't get up. You broke my back. What the hell was that for? I was trying to help you out of here. We were never going to get up those stairs, were we? We could have gotten out of here if we just trusted each other. What the hell was that for? I was trying to help you out of here.
No. Let's just say nothing. By our very natures, only one of us could make it upstairs unscathed. Someone had to make the first move. Better me than you. See, this is why I wanted her to go first. I had this whole little scheme planned where once she'd passed by the table upstairs, we'd have said, now pick up the blade and stab her in the back. Then you'd say something like, wow, that's an amazing idea that I never saw coming. Like, thanks for looking out for us. And then you would have done it, and we wouldn't have been stuck down here with a broken back.
There's just one problem with that.
Yeah, what's that?
She was clearly planning to betray us, and if she was in front of us, she would have gotten to the blade first.
You're right, aren't you? I thought the whole thing was ironclad, but it really was doomed from the start, wasn't it?
The princess's body twitches as she tries to get up.
Oh! So she's got it as bad as us. Something inside me is broken. Isn't that a cruel twist of the knife? Isn't that so funny?
She eyes you with intensity, silence falling between you for a long moment as her gaze travels up and down your battered form.
Seems I'm not the only one, though.
Wait, are we both just stuck here? It certainly seems that way. What a way to go. But look on the bright side. In all this chaos, you may have actually managed to deliver a lethal wound. The world could be saved after all.
We're going to die together. Isn't that a lovely treat? I wonder how long it'll take. Maybe I'll get to watch the worms lick your bones clean.
Is that really what's going to happen now? Hello? Are you still there? What happens next? He doesn't respond.
I think he's gone. Something strange is twisting this place out of shape. I wasn't feeling much of anything, but now I feel cold.
But you don't get the chance to respond, nor will you ever. It's time to leave. Memory returns. You approach the mirror. This doesn't feel right. It feels different, finally.
If he thinks it's bad, I'm with him.
The silences reach forward. They're gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave, but you need to see what's in it. You've unraveled. You find yourself in the long quiet once again. You are at the cabin. The hands also make it look like she's been weakened at Bernie's, which is kind of neat. There's a world beyond the endless walls of the long quiet. We're supposed to be there. Do you know what we'll find out there? Is that a rhetorical question? Do you know? Do you want to tell me? There's trees and stars, and there are people, I think. At least there are supposed to be people. Do you think that anything is real out there? Do you think that we're real? We are real. Nothing is an idea that dwells in the absence of something, but nothing cannot exist on its own, and because of that, nothing can't exist. Huh? So she's saying that nothing is an idea, and an idea cannot exist outside of a thing. That's just saying that the tree that falls in the middle of the forest doesn't make a sound because nobody observes it. Like, whether we're observing it or not. I mean, she's talking about an idea, and we're talking about a thing or nothing. Quantum tree. There's trees and stars, and there are people, I think. There's supposed to be people. There is a warmth and sadness in me at the thought of people. Fresh tears on a winter's day. They're not like us. They do not last.
Do you know what's going to happen when you awaken?
If I did, I would already be awake.
Do you have thoughts on this vessel?
This one is hope, marred by bitterness. She could see the end of the tunnel, and the door was closed on her. She will make for a righteous and weathered heart. Do not mourn her, she is finally on the other side.
When you send me back, I'm not alone. There are voices that speak to me. Some of them are me, but one of them is something else. I call him the narrator, and he wants me to kill you. Do you have a narrator? Have the vessels had one?
No, their thoughts are quiet. Do you think your narrator lives in the spaces beyond?
He does. I don't know why, but I know this for a fact. He does. I don't know what I'm going to do when I find him. He does, and when I find him, you and I are finally going to have answers. He does, and when I find him, I'm going to kill him. He does, but you're going to have to keep that to yourself. Narrator lives in the spaces beyond. The narrator's not with us now. And the narrator can be killed. Is this where we plot out this route? Does this returning all the vessels to her route have other endings depending on like what you can convince her to do? Are we gonna kill the narrator instead? So I wouldn't mind killing the narrator. It would be like that Stanley ending where we play some Minecraft and then Firewatch, and then we do that what is it, that game where you Rocket League, and then we fall into the beta worlds and the narrator's not there, and then there is no story without the narrator, and then the narrator narrates that without the narrator there is no story, and that Stanley will have to understand that, and then the game resets. Let's plan to try to kill the narrator. If he drives you towards my destruction, then he is steeped in delusion, for he does not know me. Just as I hold compassion for you, and you hold compassion for me, you can hold compassion for those who have wronged you. How many more vessels do I need to bring you? 1. Whatever you bring me next will be enough, and then gravity will pull the others back to me. I will be singular. A final multitude. If this is the last stage before your completion, then I'm not going back. I'm just going to stay here forever if I have to. Nah. Okay, so each plot, we build her character. What have we built her with? We built her with like a fierce passion and hunger. We built her with the capacity for betrayal, for love, and for understanding. I think we've taken like some good stuff. Like the first one was like God, And the second one was like reptile. The third one was love. And then the fourth one was like betrayal, like treachery. I'm ready to go back. The next time I see you, each of us will finally know what we are. I will be here, waiting for you. Everything goes dark, and you die. A righteous heart. Bring the witch to her. Ooh. Let me think on this. I'd like to bring maybe like she's got like too bad and too good, kind of. I want her to be a mostly positive creature if we are building her, and if there are a lot of other routes to take. I want to take a positive route. Are there any positive routes left? Okay. Oh, I see. We have to take the knife. There are no not taking the knife options left. I don't think I've ever said just checking in on you. Oh, it's been so long since anyone's come down here. I was starting to think they'd forgotten about me. You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement. She's so coldly beautiful. Is she really a threat to the world? Focus on the task at hand. And there you are. Are you here to kill me or something? What? No way. Why would you even think that? That giant knife you're holding kind of gives it away, doesn't it? The blade. Of course she doesn't want to talk. You'd want to have a conversation at night point. We should drop it. Don't you dare. It's fine. We could decide what we want to do after we talk to her. Maybe she really is a monster, but killing someone in cold blood isn't very becoming of us. The blade tumbles out of your trembling hands and drops to the floor with an unceremonious clang. Thank you. Maybe now we can just talk. Against your better judgment, you step forward to speak with the princess face to face, unarmed. We'll be fine. I don't know what you're hoping to accomplish here, but I can assure you there's no reasoning with her. Just make sure you don't forget about the blade on the floor. You're going to need it. So here we are. What an awkward start to a relationship. There it is. There it is. Relationship? Are you coming on to me? Here we go, here we go! Don't jump to any weird conclusions. We're two people who have met each other. By definition, we have a relationship. How long have you been down here? Too long. Note the lack of detail. You can't trust her. Dating route, let's go! How would I get you out of here? You can't. Don't bother. I'm guessing you don't have the key then? I'm sure there's a key somewhere around here. And if there isn't, well, we can always put that knife to good use. Her sharp eyes settle on the edge of the blade. She isn't suggesting what I think she's suggesting, right? She is. I'm sure of it. What's your name? You can address me as Your Royal Highness, or Her Majesty. Any honorific should do, really. She's being a little more bitchy than usual, probably because we entered with the knife. Before she was like, Princess, Princess. The narrator. Again, she offers no specifics. No matter how hard you try, you'll never get a straight answer out of her. Do you know why I'm here to kill you? Nah, I'm not gonna say that. Oh, have you decided what to do with me? You know what you're here for. Oh. It seems like a pretty good compromise. Leaving her alive is too risky. If you don't deal with her soon, she will find a way out. I made my choice. I'm locking her in the basement. I know you think this is a fair compromise, but it isn't. No one wins here. It's a chance we'll just have to take. We can make this work. If we just stay here and keep watch, no one has to die.
You're making a mistake.
You turn your back to the princess and make your way to the stairs.
It won't be long before I slip these chains. And once I'm out of here, there will be hell to pay for leaving me behind.
Slip these chains? She can't, right? She needed our help to get out of here. But do you hear the conviction in her voice? I don't think she's bluffing. Either way, she's dropped her mask, didn't she? You can still turn around and finish the job. No, we're sticking to the plan and locking her down here. You'll be the death of us, all of us, but fine, have it your way. Not only have we shut and locked the door, but we've also pushed the table in front of it like it would help. You close the basement door, locking it behind you and quickly barricading it with the heavy wooden table that once held the blade. Okay, we can make this work. You settle in against the far wall to watch the basement door. It isn't long before you start to drift off, your eyelids heavy with fatigue, but sleep doesn't come. Instead, your rest is broken by a piercing, wailing voice calling out to you from the other side of the door.
I know you're still there. Why don't you make things easier on yourself and let me out? It's not like this little door will hold for very long anyways. It's probably a good idea to try to get back on my good side.
She sounds terrifying. Like she's less of the princess you saw and more like something out of a nightmare. As she violently rattles the door, you do your best to shut her out of your mind.
When I get out of here, I'm going to pick you apart piece by piece. I won't forget what you did, and I'll never forgive it. You don't know the kind of enemy you've made tonight.
Doesn't sound like she's getting any weaker. No, it doesn't. You threaten me all you want. All it does is ease my guilty conscience. So all of that was just an act, wasn't it? You're not really innocent or harmless. You're not even a princess. You're a monster.
I can be innocent and harmless if I want to be. Teasing me with fresh air and a chance to finally live freely doesn't inspire me to play nice.
You put the princess's threats out of your mind as best you can and huddle up against the wall. Failed date. Hey, you know, basically we had the same exact scene with Okabe in Steins Gate. He was trapping a woman in her apartment after having just, like, tried to steal her phone. And she was, like, banging against the door trying to get out because he stole her phone. Like, you know, this is we're 2 for 2 with visual novels that have people lock women inside of apartments. Okay, it didn't happen in Pathway Shoujo. Or Saya no Uta. But some of the stuff here borders Saya no Uta fucked up levels. You put the princess's threats out of your mind as best you can and huddle up against the wall. You jolt awake in the middle of the night to silence in the cabin. The ruckus has stopped, and the door to the basement is ajar, its lock broken and the table shoved out of the way. Yeah, you know, it's kind of a fetish. Might be that you call it a kink. I like my control play. But where is she? Oh,
Thanks for helping me get out of that awful basement.
you try to stumble to your feet, but as the princess draws near, it's as though your body simply stops working. It isn't all at once. The paralysis comes in waves. First, your toes go numb, then your feet, and then your legs. You lie prone on the floor of the cabin, unable to do anything but witness her approach. Whose side are you on? Yours, of course. But I have a duty to uphold the truth. Lying about the facts of a situation doesn't change them.
So helpless. I can take my time with you, can't I?
She steps closer, one silent footfall at a time, cocking her head in curiosity as you feel your organs shutting down one by one.
Or maybe I can't take my time with you. You don't look well. A little green around the gills. What a shame. If you'd only helped me get out of here, I would have done such wonderful things together.
Your lungs stop, drawing in breath, and your heart freezes in your chest. You have seconds left.
I'd say better luck next time, but we both know that this is the end, don't we?
It can't be.
This can't actually be how everything ends. I'm sorry, but it is. Everything goes dark, and you die. Chapter 2, The Nightmare. You are on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her, and if you don't, it will be the end of the world. A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says. I don't think lying and cheating is her thing. She was very direct with us last time. Or at least she was direct with us after we decided to lock her away. It doesn't matter. Don't trust anyone. Proceed into the cabin. Mir on the wall. Oh, it looks basically the same as before. Plus mirror and topple table. The interior of the cabin is plain. The smooth wood of the walls almost featureless. The only furniture is a note and a lone table knocked on its side in the corner of the room. A pristine blade stands between you and the open, inviting basement doorway. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. Hold on.
Hold on. What happened to the door?
It's just an empty frame.
She's already gotten out, hasn't she? And she's ready for us. She's been waiting. Can't you feel her eyes on us?
I'm going to need you all to pull yourselves together. The princess has not already gotten out, but if you keep getting stuck in your head like this, you're going to struggle to get the job done. So, yes, deep breaths in, deep breath out. Your task awaits. Only you can do it. There's people outside. They're watching us. So she remembers. I mean, she's just gonna want to kill us again, right? Take the blade. We haven't taken the blade in a long time. You reach down and pick the blade up off the floor. It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon.
Good. Steel can't lie to us.
Is it gonna be enough, though? Couldn't you have given us something else? Something, I don't know, better than a knife? Can we have a bomb? The blade is the only thing you need to finish your task. You're more than capable of pulling this off, so long as you don't lose faith in yourself.
Those are the words of someone who knows he's sending us to our death.
Nice. This is a wonderful aesthetic right here. You can only tell that there are eyes in the background blinking at you. The stairs are floating uselessly on, just through the air. I love that shit. You cross over the threshold and onto a series of isolated steps suspended in darkness.
More eyes, too. You never mention the eyes.
The air seeping up from below reminds you of fresh lightning and static. as if you're descending into a place that isn't meant for a creature of flesh and blood. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor. Her cruel and playful voice prances up the stairs.
I didn't think you'd come back. We're going to have a lot of fun, you and I.
Come back? She must have you confused with someone else. You really don't remember, do you? It doesn't matter. We need a game plan. We know we can't just go down there unprepared. How hard is it to throw a knife? I'm going to talk to her. We don't need a plan. I'm just going to kill her. Mr. Narrator seems to think I can do it. I just don't know why you're all being such pessimists right now. Step off into the void between the stairs? Let's explore how hard it is to throw a knife. Voice of the hero. It can't be that hard.
Even when we lose our weapon, we still have to make it count. Otherwise, she'd be furious and would be defenseless. If a knife is enough to even do anything against something like her in the first place.
It'll be enough. I really just want to step off into the void between the stairs. Oh. You attempt to step off the stairs and into the pitch black surrounding them, but you're stopped by an invisible force. Why did you do that? What did you think would happen? Say nothing. I don't know, falling into an infinite void seemed better than going downstairs and dying. I'm just scared. How would falling into an infinite void be better than anything? Okay. So in the Wheel of Time books, there's a place called the Ways, and the Ways is a magically created parallel world that is basically a network of bridges suspended over an infinite black void of nothing. And like a mile in the Ways is leagues in the real world, but you need to know how to navigate them because they're like branching pathways that don't seem to make any sense. It's a non-Euclidean space, and there's a character in the series that is basically like an immortal vampire creature that starts hunting down a couple of the main characters in the series, and the way they get rid of it is by trapping it in the Ways and kicking it off of one of the platforms. Not only are you, like, our character falling forever is not immortal. Eventually we'll probably have, like, a heart attack or you know, die of hunger or thirst. This creature is there falling forever. Like that would be awful, but it wouldn't be forever for this character, so it probably wouldn't be that bad. I don't know. Like, if you were falling forever, I imagine like it would fuck up your blood flow and you'd probably have a heart attack eventually. I mean, I don't think anything like that's been tested, has it? You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. As you emerge, you find yourself between two loose rolls of white wooden planks, suspended in nothingness. A smattering of cobblestones visible against the inky black of the basement mark where the floor should be, forming vague pathways. And what seems to be the end of the room, they diverge in opposite directions, left and right.
She could be anywhere, and there's nowhere for us to hide. We're completely exposed.
Are you really not going to comment on how weird this place is? No, I'm not. Someone needs to be the voice of reason here, and it certainly isn't you. Excuse me, I'm being incredibly reasonable. You're the one who's just matter-of-factly describing whatever the hell we're looking at is, like it's some kind of ordinary basement.
We're going to die down here. I don't want to die again.
Please stop saying that. You're only going to make things worse. Just pick a direction and start moving.
I wouldn't give it too much thought if I were you. It really doesn't matter because either way you go, I'm going to find you.
I wonder how important this choice actually is. Because good adventurers go left. You turn to the left. A faintly outlined path lies before you.
There you are. I told you I was going to find you.
As the princess approaches, your legs suddenly go numb. Your arms quickly follow.
This is it, isn't it? And you brought your little knife with you again. Cute.
There has to be a way
Out of this. Think.
What did you do? Pull yourself together. She isn't supposed to be like this.
I wonder how many times I'll get to play with you before you break.
Your vision cuts out as your blood begins to coagulate. It's as if every part of your being is coming to a lurching halt. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. Your lungs pull in a desperate gulp of air as your eyes shoot back open. What are you doing?
I'm working. If you want this, do you want this body to function or not?
And then the experience stops once more as your body reapproaches death. Okay, whatever you're doing, please just start doing it again. Why is that flashing? What is this?
Are you sure about that? Are you sure that's what you want? Or do you want me to interrupt me? Do you want to interrupt me some more?
You have seconds left. Yes, I'm sure.
Heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart.
Again, your eyes shoot open as you gasp for breath.
Can't decide what you want to do, can you? Well, okay, well. Standing there gasping like a fish is more fun than dead, even if you look ridiculous.
She isn't attacking us. Why? The why doesn't matter. She's already proven her ill intent. Don't lose sight of your mission. Your weapon is still in your hands. Strike at her and end this before it's too late. What good am I to you alive? What do you want from me? What happened after you killed me last time? I was sent here to stop you from destroying the world. I can't just let you leave. You're a lunatic, you know that, right? If you want to work together, can you at least turn off this whole organs shutting down situation? How about I just kill you instead? We don't have to be enemies, we can work together, we can be friends even. I'm not doing any of this, I'm not helping you leave, I'm not going to try to kill you.
Do your worst, toss the blade, and remain with your nightmare. Okay, let's get out of here. Leave together. Find you win. I'll let you leave. Run together. Run. Slay the princess. Your will concentrates into a single fine point, and you strike out against the princess, ignoring the constant reminders of your breaking body. She doesn't even move as the blade sinks into her heart. We did it. We actually did it.
Yeah, you actually went for it. Oh, you're going to regret this. I can be so much more terrible for you than I am now.
Can she?
We've already seen how she can change heart, lungs, liver, nerves. You're not getting those stares back. I'll see you when you finally decide to die.
She falls to the ground, unmoving. Oh.
I can stop now, can't I? I can, finally.
And now that she's gone, you can let us out of here, right?
She was the one who controlled this place, wasn't she? And now that she's dead, I don't like to think what that means for us.
It means you're stuck here. Forever. Oh no. Oh no. No, I hate this. Time passes. Forever's going to end eventually. Forever's going to end eventually, right? No, it won't. That's the whole point of forever. It doesn't end. I feel sick.
It doesn't have to be forever, though, does it?
What do you mean?
We still have a way out clutched in our hands.
Are you suggesting we kill ourselves? Won't we be dead? I guess that hasn't stopped us before. That's a terrible idea. You already saved the entire world from ruin. Why would you want to die?
Because right now, you don't want us to do that.
You're right. I don't.
But if we already saved the world, then what does it matter if we die? Why do you care?
I just do. I value life. Every life. Even yours. Especially yours.
Why?
What do you mean, why? I think it's perfectly reasonable to value life. Exactly. I don't have to answer that. Am I not a creature of biology? Won't I starve or die of dehydration before forever happens? That's a grim thought, isn't it? I suppose you're right. You are a creature of biology. Something will happen to you before forever comes along.
We don't have to starve to death. You have your way out, use it.
Are you stuck here with us, or are you capable of going other places? I'm stuck here with you. I wish I weren't. Interesting. That's probably why he doesn't want us to kill ourselves.
Feelings mutual.
Well, at least we're all being honest. You removed the blade from the princess's body. What exactly are you planning to do with it? Throw the blade into the void. not like it matters if I'll die, I'll just come back again. Again? That's unfortunate. You were only supposed to be here once.
I don't like the way you said that. You knew this was a possibility, didn't you?
Of course I did. Though, I rather hoped it was the first one. That explains a lot, though. Oh, you bastard. How much are you not telling us? Plenty. But it's all in your best interest. And the world's. And mine. She's dead, and we're stuck in her hell void forever. How could telling us your secrets possibly hurt anyone? It just can. Look, this world is saved. But if you start over, for all you know, you're just putting another world in danger. You barely managed to land the killing blow here. What if you don't manage it next time? I've already said too much, really. You won't get another word out of me on the subject. Can you tell me your secrets now? No. How about now? Is it secret time? Still no. I'm gonna wear you down eventually. You might as well spit those sweet secrets now. Then we'll have something else to talk about. You're not going to wear me down. Oh, we should ask him one more time. He's on the cusp of sharing his secrets. I can feel it. I'm not.
Either way, at least needling him is something to do.
Secret? The narrator ignores you. You can't just describe yourself ignoring us. The narrator it isn't possible for the narrator to avoid us because he has to tell us what's going on. If he's not paying attention to us, then nothing happens. You can't just describe yourself ignoring us. Oh, that is great. I can. This is the same dialogue option now. It's probably just going to repeat that same thing, doesn't it? The narrator continues to ignore you. Ah, boo. Unlike you, I'm not capable of being lonely. Ah, sure you are. Give us some time without us, and I'm sure you'll start feeling lonely. Last time we killed the princess, and we waited, it was in Act 1, right? And then we got like the no ending. Let's just slay ourselves. I don't like this, but I suppose there's not much I can do to stop you, is there? You raised the blade to your neck and slit your carotid artery.
Here we go.
You'd better get this right next time. Do you hear me? Don't blow it. Everything goes dark, and you die. No. We're not continuing on to chapter 3. You just ignore her. Maybe the banging and the wailing will stop if you just don't pay attention to it. You put the princess's threats out of your mind as best you can and huddle up against the wall. Didn't you hear my warning a minute ago? She can't be trusted. The talking won't do you any good. Something tells me she isn't going to be keen on talking anyway. You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. Going left, going right probably doesn't do anything. Going back the way you came also is probably just a death flag. I'm gonna do nothing and see what happens. You decide it's best to do nothing. Ah, there you are. I told you I was going to find you. It's the same. Why won't you finish me off? Because I don't want to, and even if I did, I don't have to. Look at the way you're struggling to stay alive. It's taking everything you have to keep your heart pumping right now, and I'm enjoying the show. The princess leans forward, bringing her masked lips close to your ear. If I want to see you gone, all I need to do is break your concentration. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. She slowly runs her velvet glove across the base of your neck. It feels like static, and then... Shit, make her stop! Hey, snap out of it. Okay, deep breath, we're fine. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart. You're back. One moment, and then you're gone, just like that. Ah, and there's the fear. She pulls away. But that wouldn't be very fun, now would it? I've already done that. What happened after you killed me last time? I tried to leave while you suffocated, but that stupid cabin wouldn't let me. So I started to drag your body out with me, and then... Well, you died before I could get to the door. And then I was here. Now you're here too. I don't think I can leave without you. And dead doesn't count. As much as I love what we have going on, I have bigger plans than tormenting one poor little creature forever. I want to leave. If you need me alive, then why did you threaten me on the stairs? Why didn't you try being nice to me? I am being nice. You're alive, aren't you? And you died of fright as soon as you saw me last time. I didn't think keeping you alive was an option, but it looks like that's not a problem anymore. At least not for me. You seem miserable. If you want to work together, can you at least turn off this whole organs shutting down situation? I am what I am. It's not my fault that you can't handle being around me.
And if I let you out, what then? Do we go our separate ways? Oh no, definitely not. If you're what I need to leave this place, chances are you're pretty useful. I think I'll keep you right by my side. A little good luck charm to make sure I stay free. Don't worry, I'll make sure to take good care of you. I promise. Being around you is agony. I'm not going to stick around. We both know that you don't have a say here, so you should just look on the bright side. I don't know what the bright side is for you, but I'm positive you can find it if you look hard enough. I was sent here to stop you from destroying the world. I'll just die then. And then we'll wind up right back where we started. Round and round we'll go. I wonder what will be different next time. Maybe you'll actually be able to move a limb, who knows? But I'm always going to win. Don't you like the woods? I'm not gonna do any of this. I'm not helping you leave, and I'm not going to try to kill you. So do your worst. Toss the blade and remain here with your nightmare. Are you serious? You fling the blade into the void, denying yourself the opportunity to ever slay her and finish your mission. Nobody's happy here, but maybe it's for the best. You poor deluded thing. Do you think a single moment of bravery changes you into something you're not? I am what I am, and you're always going to be a coward. She raises a hand to her mask and pulls it down. You don't get the chance to see what lies beneath before it envelops you. Like a creeping mold, the complete reality of your existence treads its way through your mind. Birth, death, birth again, decay and bloom. A million stitches from a million microscopic wounds you've inflicted on everyone you've ever met, with every single muscle you've moved and every word you've ever spoken. No. No! No! Let me out. Your existence hurts them. Let me out! A lonely soul in the room, by itself, weeping. It lives for 80 years, and then it's gone. And then it's there again. Let me out! A reprieve, a good life, love, children, a steady career, recognition from your peers. Here's one moment, gone the next. The worms have found their orifices. Let me out! Diagnosis. It forgets everything that it is. Anger, rage, distance, poverty. The lonely soul is lonely again. Love turns to mockery. It dies. It is reborn. Worse. Lonelier. Let me out! No, 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 no. What's happening to us? Let me out! This is all too much. I can't keep going. You can't keep going? What are you talking about? But he doesn't respond. Oops. I think I broke you. I'll see you soon. You know what to do. Your body is dead, but you live on.
Fuck. Why can't we complete? We're finding all these other endings. I just want to complete the entity. It doesn't look like we're doing that here, at least not anytime soon. Unless the last one can't be completed? I don't know, how would that work? I'll try one more time for something else. Well, the ending I was hoping to get was the one which we get all of the different, like, versions of her into the entity that seems to be collecting pieces of her, right? I imagine that those other routes are like different endings, and that we'll get an ending if we can get one more version of her into that entity. The knife. Pick it up and cut me out of here. You won't like what happens if you do that. Against your better judgment, you place the blade against the princess's arm, just above the massive, unyielding chain. You cut into her flesh. The blade is sharp and you make quick work of it. Before long, you're able to crack through bone, and she puts the bleeding stub of her arm through the iron gauntlet. She didn't so much as utter a sound. Free from her bindings, the princess turns to face you, her fierce gaze meeting your eye. How is she so composed after losing an arm? It's like she isn't even bothered by it. Thank you. Now let's get out of here. Approach the locked door. No, we won't have any of that. The stakes are too high. You can't just let her escape into the world. No, I just can't let her escape into the world. I've already seen all this. This is weird. This doesn't have the skip option. You can't just do that. Watch me. Stop that. I thought this was a little too easy. Your body lunges forward to sink the blade into her back, but the princess swiftly moves out of the way before you can connect. Stop it! Stop resisting me! I'm trying to get you out of here alive! The blade! Move! The blade! You're doing your best to help me, aren't you? I can see the conflict in your eyes. I'll make this quick. She steps forward and pries the blade from your rigid hands. Maybe I'll see you in another life.
And then she slits your throat with an almost clinical ease. Her face remains unchanged as she watches you collapse to the ground, blood flowing from your butchered neck. This is the end, isn't it? I'm afraid it is. Everything goes dark, and you die. I hope it was worth it. Chapter 2. The Prisoner. You're on a path in the woods. At the end of that path is a cabin, and in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her, and if you don't, it will be the end of the world. Okay, so instead of paranoia, what are we gonna have this time? Like doubt? A warning, before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, she'll do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says. Skeptic. Okay.
Yes. Don't believe a word she says. Just go in, take the knife, and do what you're supposed to. Wink.
Did you just say wink out loud?
No, I didn't. Wink.
Just ignore this clown and focus on the princess. The interior of the cabin is less a cozy woodland retreat and more like a dungeon. A few pathetic wisps of starlight attempt to illuminate the cold, uninviting stone walls, and thick, wrought iron bars barricade the windows, reminding anyone who enters that this is a prison. The only furniture of note is an iron table, bolted to the floor, a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. We didn't want to kill her before. And, but we brought the knife. So I don't think she thinks poorly of us right now. If we don't take the knife, we can't kill her. Well, also, I don't know if the narrator can force us to, but also, so long as we will it, she can be free of the shackle. It's in Act 2. So let's just not take the knife. I think it gives us too much risk.
I'm afraid I'm going to insist that we take the blade. We're in a dangerous situation, and I'm not letting us go down there without a weapon.
Are you sure? What if she, I don't know, turns it against us? Which I'm bringing up in a purely hypothetical manner.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Turns it against you. She's a prisoner here. And she'll only be able to turn it against you if you would give it to her, which you won't be doing. Because she's an existential threat to our entire world. Okay, I'm trusting you. Both of them want us to take it. And if we're embodying the skeptic, we don't take it.
Normally, yeah, but not about this. Call it a reflex. We take the knife as we go.
Wonderful. You do exactly that, sweeping the knife from the table before proceeding to the basement. Wow, I wasn't given a choice. Okay, cool. Thank you, DM, for railroading me. Don't worry about it. We have a knife, so what? It's not like we have to use it. No, you don't have to do anything. But you do well to use it regardless. Moving on. The door to the basement creaks open, revealing an old stone staircase. A few sputtering torches attempt to vaguely illuminate your path, dancing across glimmering patches of slimy moss on the stone steps. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor. Her voice, harsh but controlled, carries up the stairs. Is that a visitor I hear? Please come downstairs. It's been a while since I've had company. I wonder what visitors she could be referring to. Are we not the first?
Wow, she's well, last time we cut off her hand, right? So this time the game's like, nah. You're gonna have to cut off her head too. You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. She looks up at you, the heavy collar around her neck clanking loudly as she moves, the chains binding both her wrists to the far wall, joining the metallic chorus as she adjusts her hands in her lap. Should we be worried about the one around her neck? Why would you be worried about her restraints? If anything, they'll make your job easier.
Have you noticed the empty chain on the wall? Odd that in a place where everything seems to serve a distinct purpose, there would be something so obviously useless.
Bro, that one's for us.
What an interesting development. Why don't you have a seat? The two of us should chat before you bury that thing in my heart.
I'm not sure I need to do much of anything. Do you see how locked up she is? I'm just going to leave her here. Leave Princess in the basement. Sit with her. Yep. She's cute again. You step towards the princess, but she stops you before you get too close, holding up one shackled hand.
There is fine. I'd prefer we keep some distance until we've sorted this out.
That's reasonable. We do have a weapon. We might as well put her at ease. I'll sit where I was told to sit. That's fine. You do as she asks and sit on the floor, still a good distance away from her.
Thank you. Now, what are your intentions for me?
My intentions? What do you mean? I have been here before. Am I the only one who remembers that? What happened after I died last time? That other chain on the wall, who is it for? What would you have me do?
Let me borrow that knife. Don't worry, you'll get it back.
That's ominous. She seems confident.
She seems confident. Whatever it is she has planned, I think she knows what she's doing.
Oh, please. She's just putting on an act to disarm you. That much should be obvious. And in case you need to hear a voice of reason, it would obviously be unwise to give away your only weapon.
Though, if she isn't bluffing, whatever she has planned might be for her benefit alone. There's no guarantee that what's good for her is good for us.
So, what should we do?
I don't know. I'm just spelling out our options. Listing the pros and cons.
Then let me help you. I'll start with the cons. If you're handing her your weapon, the cons are that she might use it to escape and end the world. And she might use it to kill you. That doesn't sound
great. What are the pros?
There are none.
The pros are that we can't trust him. Possibly, even more than we can't trust her. And whatever she has planned could do something to mess with what he has planned. Maybe they're both screwing us over in their own ways.
He's very skeptical of everybody. Wonderful, wonderful. You were asking about my intentions earlier. No. I've been here before. Am I the only one who remembers that? Oh? Are we acknowledging that? I thought we weren't going to give away the game, but yeah, I remember. So you've already been here. As much as I'd like to remain in denial, it's no use. This has complicated things. Complicated things? How exactly? Ideally, this is supposed to be one and done. You go to the cabin, you heroically save the princess, and in the process, you save the entire world from being damned into oblivion. The situation right now where you're getting a second shot at things is a contingency. A contingency for what? For you failing, obviously. And you being here means that things are going to be a lot harder than they were. I really shouldn't say anything else. I'm just going to make it worse. Just good luck. If you knew this could happen, why didn't you tell us? All this is incredibly valuable information. It would have changed our actions considerably. I need you to be in the dark for as long as I could keep you there. It's important, necessary even. And maybe I wanted to be the first version of me that you met. I didn't want to be confronted by the alternative. That's pathetic. I never said it wasn't. I get it. It would be pretty upsetting, wouldn't it, to know that you might not be the first version of yourself? At least we can remember what happened before. Seems like we should count ourselves lucky for that. Exactly. He gets it. You're lucky. So don't waste that luck by messing it up again, alright? Moving on, why is it so important for us to be ignorant? How is it ever helpful to be in the dark? The more I say, the more your mind will swim to dangerous waters. Even saying that is too much. Your success hinges on the having imperfect information. For the sake of the entire world, you need to accept that. I won't. Fine, but you won't get another world from me You won't get another word from me on the matter. Yeah, sure, we'll see about that. Just give it a rest. This isn't helping. Focus. This is a serious situation. You shouldn't be daydreaming. You realize that I have as much reason to distrust you as you have to distrust me, right? I do. So I guess this all comes down to which of us caves first. It's not going to be me. I'm extremely patient. It's probably better if we take action anyway. No use trying to wait her out. That's playing to her strengths. You were asking about my intentions earlier. What did you mean by that? Yes, your intentions. You have a knife. What are you going to do with it? Why are you here? There isn't a keyhole in these shackles, and I don't see any keys in your hands either. So I'm afraid my only way out is another surgical removal. Is she forgetting about the shackle on her neck? Or does she think she'd survive a beheading? You're right, maybe she's delusional. All the more reason not to trust her. Unless she really could survive. Though I suppose you could just be here to kill me. But I don't think that's in either of our best interests. Why can't we just will her not to be in the in the chains anymore?
Maybe it's too much of a stretch with the neck one. That other chain on the wall, who's it for? I don't know, but you could always try it on. Maybe it will fit. I hope I don't actually have to say this, but please don't lock yourself in chains. We need you ambulatory? We need you ambulatory if you're going to save the world. Ambulatory? I would guess that word means to, like, be able to move freely around. I'm not sure I've seen that word before. Shares start with ambulance, which would be like lance, to drive, to lunge, and then like ambu be like a person, maybe like no, well, yeah, I'm gonna look it up. It's not a word you basically ever see. Of, relating to, or adapted for walking, capable of walking, not bedridden, destined for or available to patients who are not bedridden. That was basically right. Inspect the shackle. Let's inspect the shackle. She's definitely within range of being able to just lock us in it if she, like, overpowers us. But, you know, I kind of like the idea of just both of us being shackled together forever. I wouldn't do that if I were you. And why is that? Do I even need to explain myself? It's a shackle, and it's one without a key. Do you want to be stuck here like she is? Yes, but maybe if we can examine the shackle, we can understand how it works. Duh. And what? Is it going to lock the second we put our wrist into it? I don't know. Maybe it will. He doesn't want us to look at it. It's all the reason we need to investigate. But what if he's telling the truth? He isn't. I am. Inspect the shackle. Against your better judgment, you approach the chain dangling from the far wall. The princess watches you with false disinterest as you inspect it, though she can't fully hide her curiosity. I don't want to say what I'm supposed to say next. What's that supposed to mean? It sounds bad. Is it bad? Yes, it's bad. Come out and say it then. You're just wasting time. Okay. It's a magical shackle that it goes straight for your neck, of course. Fine. As you hoist the shackle, its heft shifts within your grasp, as if pulled by some odd magnetism. Before you can so much as blink, it practically leaps from your hands, snapping around your neck. And, as if your situation weren't bad enough, the same magnetism repels your blade, which is flung from your hand and sent skittering across the floor to the basement. Of the basement. Excuse me? Yes. Are we stuck here now? Become your own jailer? I was not my own jailer. Come on.
Yes. She has enough movement space to get the dagger.
Huh. So it does fit. And I guess it doesn't like your knife. We're stuck here together, aren't we? That's funny.
What are we supposed to do now?
Can't even cut ourselves out. Guess we'll starve.
That's horrible.
It's not all bad. We learned a valuable piece of information.
Not to touch things we're specifically told not to touch?
No, that there's something special about this loose chain. It's clearly important.
So we're both stuck here.
Yep.
Did you know that this is going to happen to me?
No.
What should we do?
Wait, I guess. Maybe something else will happen. Maybe not.
Not one for small talk, are you?
Nope.
That's rude. You and the princess wait in silence, though neither of you knows what you're waiting for. But you're waiting for something. You're waiting for anything. This is so boring.
There must be something we can do to get out of here. There must be something we're missing.
But there isn't. Time passes. It passes and passes and passes, and the basement of the cabin remains much the same. It is cold and silent. At least the world is safe. It isn't. You're stuck. Too far away from both the princess and your blade to do much of anything. But she's not ending anything. She's just sitting there. Her very existence is a threat. It harms everything around it.
How exactly does that work?
It just does. But your line of questioning is interrupted by the passage of even more time. And after that, even more time passes again. Dude, we're trying to talk to the narrator. He's like, no. I'm winding the clock. You can't talk to me right now. I'm winding the clock. La 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 la. I can't hear you. I'm winding the clock. And let me guess, the cabin remains the same.
If time is passing, the cabin can't be the same. Even if the differences are small, they have to exist. That's just how things work.
Oh. It just dinged. I suppose you're correct. Things are changing. The differences are small at first. A bit of weathering there, a bit of erosion there. But they get larger and larger. Oh, it's the skip button ending. I love the skip button ending. Hey, have you noticed the basement changing? I don't like small talk, remember? Still rude. You continue to wait in silence, and the cabin continues to change. The decay comes faster now. You can see earth through holes in the stonework, can watch lichen spread through the seams of the walls.
That doesn't make sense. Has our entire concept of time changed? What happened to starving? We should have died by now if the rocks around us had started to erode.
She hasn't starved.
I guess she hasn't.
Nothing says marriage like being chained together. Oh yeah, I already read that one. Mm-hmm. Well, so long as we're not suffering through like hunger or dehydration or sleep or whatever, this isn't so bad, I guess. Next to a pretty woman. Not that she wants to talk to us, which is kind of not so great. It'd probably be pretty lonely, all things considered. Even more silent time passes as you watch roots push themselves through the increasingly porous walls of the basement. Dirt seeps inside, flowing across the stone floor like a liquid, covering the ground and threatening to swallow you both. Time continues to pass, and pass, and pass, until suddenly there are no walls. And then... I think he's gone.
Would you look at that? We made it out of the cabin, and nothing bad had to happen to either of us. So this is the outside world. It's cold.
But you do not get the chance to respond, nor will you ever. It's time to leave. Memory returns. She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try to find her? And is that a mirror? Why is it here? Why now? You approach the mirror. This doesn't feel right. It feels different. Final.
You're right. Part of me wants the truth, but something stronger's holding me back. Fear.
The voices feel small, distant as you approach. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave, but you need to see what's in it. You are nothing at all. I'm a crow! But that isn't right. You can't be nothing. You refocus your gaze. And when you see it, a figure, faint and veiled in shadow, just beyond the reflection. Are you me? The narrator. I think you know what I am. A crack slides down the center of the mirror, splitting the image in the glass in two. And then another crack forms, and another, turning the mirror into jagged shards of broken glass. See, this is what we're looking for. So you're the narrator. I was wondering if I'd ever get to see you. What are you? Are you something like me? If you're not me, then what are you? I have so many questions for you. Does it hurt when pieces of you break off like that? I'm sorry. I don't want to destroy you. Will it help if I look away or stop asking questions? Every time I ask you something, it's like a piece of you breaks. Are you a part of me or are you something else? You're the one who wanted me to slay the princess. Why? I've met you many times. Have you been the same you all along? I wasn't supposed to see all this, was I? What is this place? Where are we? Destroy the mirror. You're the one who wanted me to slay the princess. Why?
Because among other things, she is death itself. To rid the world of suffering, to save untold trillions from being lost forever to the cosmic wind. She must be destroyed. And despite how far you've fallen, You will still have a chance to fulfill your purpose once I'm gone.
Whenever the narrator disappears, the narration is told with like a thick text that is kind of wobbly. I agree. It wouldn't make things better to get rid of death. Now, like, would it make things better to get rid of a thing that kills all people all at once? Yeah. I don't want there to be nobody. But, I don't want there to not be death either. Like, with this ending here, with the whole, like, wait forever thing, and the other one, where, like, we witness cycles of her existence over and over and over again, unable to die. Like, just immortality is bad, but also no life is also bad. So, like, life and death needs to be in balance. And despite how far you've fallen, you still have a chance to fulfill your purpose once I'm gone. I wonder how many questions we can ask. It looks like there's a bunch of different shards of glass, but like, will the next one delete more than one shard of glass? You said she contains death. What is she? She is the shifting mound, the ebb and flow, the capacity to change. She is transformation, or most of it. Her nature is why I had to die. For she becomes that which others perceive her to be. But an echo can't perceive things, not in the way that people can. She is the shifting mound, the ebb and flow, the capacity to change. She is the transformation, or most of it. Her nature is why I had to die. For she becomes that which others perceive her to be. But an echo can't perceive things, not in the way that people can. You want me to destroy the concept of transformation. How is that existence any better than death? Or even different from death at all? Honestly, it feels worse. When I broke the cycle, I made sure that the terror was rough. You carry a part of what should be her, and she carries a part of what should be you. Things won't be as they are now, but they won't be nothing either. Besides, anything is better than oblivion. In the end, nobody wants to leave. If she's capable of becoming whatever people believe her to be, can't I just will her into something small? Yeah, of all things, why is she a princess? Why did you make her a princess? How am I supposed to destroy an abstract concept? Yeah, there we go. That's the one. With some amount of difficulty. But you're an abstract concept yourself. It would have been preferable if you had destroyed her within the confines of the construct. But when I shaped the two of you, I made sure that you were strong enough to see things through. Bro. But you made that ending where it was simple and easy be like the least fulfilling ending ever. You literally like, yeah, you did the thing I wanted you to do. Here's a child's drawing saying congratulations with a big thumbs up and a gold star for effort. If you wanted this to feel good, then you shouldn't have made it the way you made it. You're a bad developer, bro. You're a bad game dev. You're bad and you should feel bad. You made it too easy. Right? Like I had it. First try. I killed her. We got to an ending. And I saw a thing that said, congratulations, you did it, and credits rolled. First try. You think anybody's gonna be satisfied with that shit? No! Your whole concept is flawed. It's like, oh, you're gonna make a situation in which just like, oh yeah, it's easy, you do it, it's done, it's over. Boring. I want there to be an option here where we criticize him for making it too easy. You've called this place a construct. What is it supposed to do? It was supposed to keep the two of you trapped here until the job was done, and it was supposed to guide your hand to help you see things through. The construct you're in exists in every world at once. Anytime you failed, anytime you thought yourself dead, it would restart and shunt both you and her into a new world. But you're waking up to your true nature now. It won't be able to work like that anymore. So you do know about the looping. So many of the times I met you, you denied it was even being a possibility. Why did you lie to me? Any other version of me you talked to was just that. A version of me. It wasn't me. As to why they lied, perhaps they thought that admitting to it would have pushed you to certain realizations that would have made finishing your task impossible. Maybe they were just in denial. I'm sure many of them were convinced that they had to be the first version of them you'd encountered. Anything else would have been too existentially unpleasant.
And for all I know, each of those other versions of me could have had entirely different understandings as to how this construct works. Who's to say which of them were right and which of them were wrong, really? Except for me, I can tell you, for a fact, that I am right. So I was made to do the single task. Who made me? What am I? You're the Long Quiet, the god I made to rid the world of death. Are you a god, or were you a god? No, in life I was painfully mortal, a witness to the end of days. I held the fear of death in my heart, and saw oblivion threaten the very memory of everything I knew and everyone I loved. I needed to do something. And so I made you, and I made her, and I made this place to hold you both. Why did you make her a princess? That's just going to make things harder. If the person we're supposed to kill is some hideous, gross-looking freak, or a plainly evil-looking vampire that, doesn't try to pull at your heartstrings at all and is irredeemable in every aspect of your encounter with her or him, then that'd be easier to just go with it. But no, you made her a kind of cute-looking woman that is kind of nice to you sometimes. I didn't make her a princess, but I wove the idea of her into something your scattered mind could fathom. You chose for that something to be a princess. Okay, well, that explains that then. Well, my point is to kill her, and I was designed to kill her. Why would I choose to make something that makes it harder for me to do that? Yeah. Oh, right there. I chose to make her a princess. Why couldn't I have made things easier on myself and picked something small or weak like an ant or a slice of bread? Are you asking me to spend my final moments psychoanalyzing you? Whatever, you viewed her as needed to map on some level to what she was. You couldn't just pick something arbitrary and beneath you. I don't know why you settled on a princess specifically, but clearly a princess is what you wanted. Maybe she needed to be beautiful, important, above you, but on a level you could still approach. A herald of things to come. I don't know, gods are supposed to be beyond comprehension. I really shouldn't try to anthropomorphize you like this. It'd make for a boring story if there's no wrong choice. I mean, from the game developer's point of view, yes. From his point of view, no. I guess that's just inherent contradiction, of it not being something that I'm actually experiencing first person. If I were experiencing all this first person, if this game was my reality, then yeah, sure. But that's just not the case. Death of the author, run out of questions. What?
say nothing and watch him end. I'm not going to slay her, and I want you to know that before you die for good. Well, there's no reasoning with the god, even one you've woven into existence yourself. I've said my piece and my time is up. I'm just an echo, and every echo fades away. As the final fragment of glass shatters, you see yourself with newfound clarity. The narrator was right. You are the Long Quiet, a vast and nascent god, and it's finally time for you to wake up. All of this is you. Proceed to the cabin one last time. When you arrive at the heart of things, there is no final vessel for you to bear witness to. There is nothing for you to find. Twitch, don't get mad at me. Oh, that's very, the multiple faces like that coming along the side is very Indian. I can finally see you, and you can finally see me. It's been so long, and my heart has ached for this moment. I've missed you dearly. I've missed you too. Do you know about the echo? Did you hear our conversation? I'm the Long Quiet, but I don't really know what that means. What happens now? Yeah, the Long Quiet is I stop playing the game and things cease to function here. I've missed you too. Do you know about the echo? Did you hear our conversation? Every word you spoke found its way to me. I know him, and I know his construct. He was deluded by his fear of death. Pay him no mind. What happens now? Ever the passive player, always reacting and never acting. But it's woven into your nature, isn't it? When the echo spun us from one into two, he gave you a choice and me a role to play. I am not death, but I contain it in my multitudes. So, will you attempt to destroy me and bring about a world devoid of death and the possibility of meaning? Or will you open the final doors to our liberation? There's so many stories we've left unfinished. Can we really just leave? Don't you have a say in all this? Why is this all falling on me? Because I'm the player. Let's talk this through. I still have so many questions and need answers before I can make a choice. What choice? If I let you out, an entire world ends for good. I can't do that. What? This answer is him thinking he's still in a fucking game. He's not thinking on the scale that we're thinking on. This is no, it's a stupid one. If you're always going to become this, then what was the point of me doing anything? Did it even matter what roads I walked if all of them would have led me to this moment? It's just nihilism. Boo. We don't like that here. There has to be another way. This can't just come down to either me destroying you or letting you out. I won't do it. I told you what was going to happen when you reached this point. Slay the princess. Slay the princess. I think it's time for us to leave this place, but I don't know how to leave or where to go. Even as your eyes begin to open, you still hold on to the motions of is and is not, of beginning and end, pitch black islands in the blinding light of the infinite. There's nothing to resolve, nothing restraining us but us. No, it's not true. There are other world lines in which
I have yet to explore. My very nature is paradox, as is yours. You cannot use words to grasp at things that are beyond their reach, and you cannot rationalize that which defies logic. But violence and passion are dances that both of us know well. If this is what it takes to enlighten you, then so be it. To question everything is to deny the truth in front of you. By believing in your suffering, you make your suffering real. By believing in your limitations, you placed a shackle on your neck. Bound for eternity, you saw the need for impermanence, and it was through that need that you carved our freedom. Okay, so it's going to recap the endings that we got. I wonder if it's going to recap endings that we didn't get. It's like, at this point, we are everything and nothing. So it's like, she can just kind of go through all of it. Bound for eternity, you saw the need for impermanence. And it was through that need that you carved our freedom. Without impermanence, the suffering of living things is infinite. Would you strip my gifts away and leave everyone to suffer in the dark? Address this vessel's statement directly. Appeal to your shared humanity. Speak about life and death, change and stagnation. That isn't what any of this has been about. Reject her authority. You've done nothing but lecture me since the minute I got here. Argue your independence. You act as though the world can't exist without you, but I've existed without you. Or so we think. We didn't actually see those other world lines where we actually kill her. We don't really exist without her. When she does die, we're just like there forever until we kill ourselves. So he can exist without her, but not in any meaningful way, that's for sure. Reject her perspective. I won't engage with an argument that favors death and suffering. How isn't that what this is about? Let's think. We'll just address it directly. We can answer with a yes or a no, and preferably a no. They'll get over it. They'll see your end as a gift in time. That would be torture. Return. Yeah, so you were gonna agree with her. I think that's... I don't want to... Yeah. It would. Our purpose is to be an experience. To be... Oh, I'm getting a text. What? Oh, it's my boss. Hold on. Well, I picked up a shift for tomorrow night. So, one stream this week. Sorry about that, but it looks like we're wrapping this game up anyway, so that's fine. It would. Our purpose is to be and to experience, and their purpose is the same. To be permanent is to cease. To be paused is to be trapped. A trick behind your back, and a trick behind mine. We dance, revolving and revolving around each other, but forever stuck in place. We both move, and yet we both don't, for each of us watches the other instead of ourselves. But forever is not forever. I move, and you react, and both of us break the other, but broken is only a moment in time. To change is to hold the potential to rise above. Would you limit yourself to what you are now, or would you like to see what you might become tomorrow? I get it. There's no need for us to keep fighting. I'll leave with you. I just don't know how. Stop the fight early and surrender. Against the beast that she's portraying now? Absolutely not. To surrender is to die, not adapt. If there are no endings, there are no limits. If there are no limits, then there is no difference between growth and decay. I have already come so far. What more is there left for me to see? With time, we could have been better. Oh, this one. There are no endings, there are no limits. No, is that not the right one? Meaning lies in experience, and experience lies in contrast. Abandoning one's search is not the same as losing the capacity to discover. I am contrast itself. To reject me is to reject the shape of everything. Do not use words to reduce that which your eyes know to be irreducible. Your lover drives a stake into your body, and another, and another, and another. Do I miss your heart because I can't stand to see it go? But the stakes meant nothing to you. You had a desire, and you set that desire free. You lifting me, and me lifting you, forever and ever and ever, consumed by true belief there was nothing that could hold us back. But the stakes meant nothing to you. think maybe we passed. Justice Vessel's statement directly. That feeling never left me. I want that feeling back. Then there is no need for you to fight what we are. Whenever you're ready, we can leave together, the hand in loving hand. And I won't leave with you not until you see things from my perspective. But... It's like, okay. It sounds like we can mutually stop fighting each other and exist together. Which is what I would want, yes? So this would be like, not that, but simultaneously, stop the fight early and surrender doesn't... I want to see more content. Through conflict, we crave meaning. Achievement. Nothing brings me greater joy than to hear those words. The final piece lies with you. Free yourself is going to turn off the game, right? You fall into yourself. The body of an ancient creature stirs from its hibernation, and you feel sensation in limbs you once couldn't fathom. Everything here, except for her, is you. You feel your wings spanning a cosmic scale, but twisted and crumpled and bound in agonized tension to a finite plane. You can feel the glass of the construct pressing in on you, confining you across infinite sides and infinite angles. You push back and strain against it, but it does not yield. I love you. Take her hand. All at once, the unyielding tension breaks. You are free, and she is with you. It's magnificent. There are no words, no thoughts to describe absolute reality. Something that simply is. Step into the infinite. Shiva, let's go! I think that's Shiva, I don't know. You and she step forward into 1,000 dawns and 1,000 sunsets, each of which contains 1,000 more. You exist, and you are aware, just as you have always been, and just as you always will be. Through conflict is your nature, the two of you will never be alone, and the two of you will never know fear. You and she are finally home. There are no endings, only new beginnings. Achievement. This feels like a true ending. Like, there were other endings past chapter 3. I have no idea what those endings are going to be. Probably like infinite realms of continuous suffering. I mean, we kind of embraced some amount of suffering, but not infinite suffering, right? Like, will you get the other endings as well? Yeah, I would like to. I just picked up a shift though, so I was hoping to stream tomorrow night, but I need work. I've been working only 30 hours a week for the last like 2 years, and it's very slowly been draining my savings. So if I can pick up an extra shift, I have to. And then if we put it off till next week, well, if I put it off till next week, then I'm gonna not really be able to do it in October. If I stream it again, it will be probably quite some time in the future. So I want to get into some Zelda in November. Zelda month and all. I want to just play a bunch of Zelda games. Yeah, so I don't know. We'll get to it eventually. Maybe I'll do it off stream, I don't know. But I enjoyed this. This is really cool. Yeah, this is a great game. Honestly, though, I really gotta go and water my plants again. But I'll try to stream more next week, next weekend. The other night I had people over, and what? When did I say that I wouldn't like it? I had basically no idea what was going to be going on this whole time. I would have watched Fauna play it. She had played it a long time ago. But I thought, no, I don't want to be spoiled on this one because I want to give this one a try myself. And then somebody else that I like to watch also streamed it. And I was like, no, I can't watch it. I got to play it myself. Did I give a reason? Like, what was my reasoning for suspecting that I wouldn't like it? Well, that was an easily fixable problem, wasn't it? It would be interesting to hear what the game sounds like normally. Like, I'm sure the narrator has his own voice, and the hero has his own voice, and the princess has her own voice, and all that, right? And all the different voices of like anxiety and fear, besmittenness, all have their own voices too, I would assume. The voices add a lot to the storytelling. I'm sure they do. I just thought it'd be fun to read it myself. If I were just not streaming it, I would have used the voices on probably. But yeah, this is fun. This is definitely fun. And my save files are there. They are still here. She was so pretty in this one. Yeah, these are probably absolutely wretched endings. Well, I gotta go. I really should. I guess I'll give a quick update. I've been playing Space Age Factorio, single player. I haven't left the planet yet. I could stream some of my world at some point if I want to. I also just started playing the multiplayer Space Age server with my friend. It's just the two of us. And we made a crap ton of progress earlier tonight. And like we're doing some big manufacturing too. He's basically on bug duty and securing new areas, and I'm setting up the base. I don't think I'll be able to stream that because he only wants to have the server on when he's also playing, so that I don't get too far ahead of him, do things without him. But we'll get back into Factorio sometime soon. But I've been a little disheartened with the whole loss of my 200-hour C-block run. So I might just do it for leisure for a while. Listen, yeah, you can put filter. You can put filters on the on the splitters to filter out all of the quality pieces that get spit in there. But then you have to find a place to put them. I had to spend about a half an hour in my single player world unclogging my base last time I played. Whereas when I was building the server world, I was thinking about that ahead of time. And so I left areas outside of each area to split off good stuff. Yeah, you gotta think different. It's exciting, isn't it? All right. Yeah, I gotta go. I've been stalling. Thanks for watching. Thank you for chatting and keeping up with me tonight. I appreciate it. And I'm glad I played it. And I'll hope to catch you next week. How about? You got more going on today? Do a good job with whatever that might so happen to be. If you're going to bed like I am, rest well. And I hope to see you soon. Good night.